Okay, guys, welcome to this SBR revision marathon session. This is Luqman Rafiq here. The session of today, what are we going to be covering? Let me just give you a bit of an idea. As you know, that the paper of SBR is one of those papers that requires a lot of discussion and a lot of application from the different areas of the syllabus, including the IFRS, including the conceptual framework, including the integrated reporting framework, etc., etc. So there are multiple aspects to the SBR syllabus. Our agenda for today is going to be, I would try to go through one of the latest examination paper of the SBR. I would try to discuss the key areas that have been discussed in those questions, and we shall actually go on towards the discussion of the multiple topics. And once I'm actually done with the solving of the paper, what I will do is that I will give you an open platform where you can inquire, you can ask for any questions that you have from the SBR, you can discuss them with me. For those of you who are wondering that would the recordings be available to you people? So the answer is yes, the recordings would be available to you people for this specific session. Now, is there a WhatsApp group? Yes, there are WhatsApp groups, and you all will be added to the relevant WhatsApp groups at the end of the class. There are few students who have already been added up. The invitations have been sent to few, and the rest of you are going to be added at the end of the class. Is there any other revision material that I'm going to give? Yes, I have a playlist for the different lectures, which I will share with you people, so you can actually go through that playlist also. So how long is the session going to be? To whatever, it depends upon your stamina, that how good your stamina is. So that session is going to last for that specific period of time. I've not allowed you people to unmute right now, but I would actually, when I'll be doing a one-to-one conversation, I would be allowing you people to unmute yourself. In the meantime, let's actually start off. The first specific, as I told you, that I will be doing, I will be going through the latest examination question. I repeat, I will be going through the latest examination questions from the ACCA. And I shall be explaining to you people the different things that are covered up in that specific examination. So okay, so I have actually opened up the ACCA CB practice platform, and I shall be going through the SBR questions on this CB practice platform. So I've got the past examination library. There is this September, December 2021 that has been assigned. Um, September, December 2021. I think this is the one. September, December 2021. Okay. Okay, so I've opened up the September, December 2021 paper. And what I shall be doing is I will be discussing this whole paper, and I would try to solve it using the CB practice platform. Now, before we go on discussing this specific question paper, let's have a bit of a discussion that how exactly is the paper structured. So you know this thing, that the SBR paper is structured like this, that there is a section A, there is this section B. From the section A, you have got two questions. First question is 30 mark. Second question is 20 marks. From the section B, you've got two questions, 25 marks each. That's how it is. So this is the question number one that I'm going to start off. And as you could see, that this is how the ACCA examination format is nowadays, where you're being given the question, then there are these different exhibits, then there are different response options that are available. So let's just start off with a question. The first one of them is Chuckle Company. It says Chuckle Company has an equity interest in a number of entities, including Grin Company. So they have got equity interest in a number of entities. What do they have? They've got an equity interest in a number of entities. That's what is there with respect to the Chuckle Company. It says Chuckle has recently acquired additional equity in Grin Company, and the directors are unsure as to how this may impact upon their consolidated financial statements. The year end is 31st March each year. So what is the year end? Year end is 31st March each year. The following exhibits available on the left hand side of the screen provide information relevant to the question. One of them is about the initial acquisition of Grin Company. Second is subsequent acquisition of Grin Company. Third is fair value of net assets of Grin Company. Now, if I go on to discuss the requirements of the question, what are the different requirements of the question? It says draft an explanatory note to the directors of Chuckle Company to address the following issues. What are they? Why it was correct to initially classify Grin as an associate as opposed to subsidiary on 1st April 2002. How Grin should be accounted for as an associate using equity methods, and so your answer should explain how revaluation of land should be accounted for and include relevant calculations. So if I could just go about doing this, I will just copy all of the requirements of the question. I would open the word processor document, and in this word processor document, I would just paste the whole of it. So I've just pasted all the requirements of the question so that I know that what are the requirements of the question in here. So I've got the requirements of the questions in front of me. Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to start off discussing the initial area of the syllabus first. And what is that initial area of the syllabus? It says that draft an explanatory note to the directors of Chuckle Company to address the following issues on 1st April 2002. Number one of them is that why it was correct to initially classify Grin Company as an associate as opposed to subsidiary on 1st April 2. Second is how Grin should be accounted for as an associate, so and so, so and so. And lastly, whether the classification of Chuckle Company's investment should change on 1st April 2006. So that's a requirement. Then you've got part B. Now let's have a bit of a discussion. Let's just try to see a few things. First of all, if I talk about initial acquisition of Grin, so what does it say with respect to initial acquisition of Grin? It says on 1st April 2002, Chuckle Company acquired 30% of the equity shares of Grin. So you acquired 30% shares of Grin. The consideration consisted of 100 million cash. So what was included in the consideration? There was this 100 million cash. Carrying amount of net assets on 1st April were 286 million, which was the same as their fair value. Since then, Grin has been correctly treated as an associate, So he's telling you that don't argue with me by saying that it is not correctly treated as an associate. It has been correctly treated as an associate. The remaining 70% is owned by a few other investors, none of which own more than 10% of the equity of Grin. Analysis shows that all shareholders have voted independently in the past. Chuckle and Grin shared some key management personnel. Now that's one of the aspects. So it says why it was correct to initially classify Grin as an associate as opposed to a subsidiary. Now, what exactly are you gonna do with respect to the answer of this question? I'm actually talking about that why was it appropriate to classify it? Okay, you're gonna talk about it that why was it appropriate to classify it as an associate. Now, let me just give you a bit of a guidance that how do we actually go about it. First of all, why is it not a subsidiary and why is it an associate? So firstly, what is a subsidiary? Subsidiary is basically an entity subject to control. And what is control is when all the following conditions are met. Rights and exposure to variable returns of the investee, ability to direct relevant activities of the investee, power over investee, and it is exercisable. And when it comes to an associate, so associate is an entity which is subject to significant influence. And significant influence is the ability to participate in decision making, having representation on the BOD is an indicator of the ability to participate in decision making. Now, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna start off my answer like this. The first thing that I am actually arguing here is that what is a subsidiary? So a subsidiary is an entity which is subject to control, and the control is when you've got all of the following conditions, which is you have the right and you have the exposure to variable returns of the investee. Means the variable returns means if the returns fluctuate, you have got the right to those returns, whether that be higher return, whether that be lower return. Then the second thing is that you are able to direct relevant activities. The relevant activities are important activities of the investee, the main activities of the investee. The third thing is you have got power. Power is basically to control its activities, and you are also able to exercise that power. That's what makes something to be a subsidiary. What is an associate? It's an entity over which significant influence is exercised, and significant influence is power to participate in decision making process. Now, in the case of Grin Company, Chuckle owns 30% shareholding and has representation on the board. The remaining 70% shareholding is owned by different investors. Although Chuckle has a greater proportion of minority shareholders, but it is not able to appoint majority directors through its 30% holding, and hence cannot direct relevant activities of grain company. Instead, it will participate in the decision making for grain. Based on above, grain is not a subsidiary and was correctly classified as an associate, that is an entity subject to significant influence. Now, I'm just gonna zoom it. I'm just gonna wait a bit, and I'm just gonna wait for you people to absorb all this that I have written, and then I'm going to move forward. Yeah, I just want you people to absorb all this, and then I'm going to move forward. Yeah, are you all okay with this? Please let me know. Please be attentive. Yeah, please be active. I need your participations, please. Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. So the first part of the question was that why it was correct to initially classify grain company as an associate as opposed to subsidiary. So we just argued that what a subsidiary is, and then we argued that what an associate is, and then we actually discussed that look, you were not able to exercise the power, so it was not a subsidiary, it was an associate simply. Now let's move a bit forward and let's discuss further. What is the next requirement to the question? It says how grain company should be accounted for as an associate using equity method of accounting in the consolidated financial statements, consolidated SOFP, sorry. Your answer should explain how revaluation of land at 1st April was accounted for and include all relevant calculations. That's one more part. Now, so we are talking about initial calculations. There's this exhibit 2 that they are talking about. So let's just talk about the exhibit number 2, see what is written in there and try to do the calculations. Chuckle Company acquired a further 18% of Grin Company's equity on 1st April 6. Consideration for a further 18% shares on 1st April was this. This is a further 18% shares was this. The fair value of the original 30% equity interest was 127 million at 1st April 2006. The carrying amount of the net assets on 1st April 6 was 348 million, which included some land which had been revalued upwards by 15 million and correctly accounted for on 1st April 5. Deferred tax at 20% had also been accounted for on this gain in the individual financial position of Grin Company at 31st March 6. Rest of the increase in net assets since acquisition was solely due to profits. The remaining 52% of the equity of Grin at 1st April is owned by few other investors, none of which own more than 10% of the equity of Grin. Chuckle Company also acquired some share options, etc. If you would look at it, the majority of the things that are available, that is for the further acquisition. So all that we know is that the consideration for a further 18% of the equity shares of Grin on so and so. What do we need to do? We need to talk about how it should be accounted for as an associate using equity method in the consolidated financials at 31st March 2006. That is before the further acquisition. The fair value of the original 30% interest was this. The carrying amount of the net assets was this, which included some land which had been revalued upwards by 15 million, correctly accounted for on 1st April. Deferred tax of 30% had also been correctly accounted for in the financial position as at 31st March 6. Rest of the increase since acquisition was solely due to profits. Green Company paid no dividends. Now, there is one more thing that we need to consider. What is it that we need to consider? We need to see that how this whole accounting is going to be done. I mean, we need to see how this whole accounting is going to be done. I had probably solved this question earlier also. So that is why some of this is already here. Now let's just try to see what is actually there. How exactly are you going to do it? In fact, I'm just going to delete it. I'm just going to redo it again. I'm zooming it in. I've made it a 200% screen so that you could see it easily. So basically what happens is one of them is about the investment in associate. It's the investment in associate. So cost of investment. How much was the cost of investment? It was 100 million. Share of net assets acquired is gonna be 286 million multiplied by 30%. The carrying amount of the net assets on so and so were 286 million, which was the same as their fair value. Since then, Grin Company has been correctly treated as an associate in the consolidated financial statement of so and so. Now, what's the further thing? Now, how do you actually account for it? I'm just going to explain the calculations. Now, carrying amount of investment in associate at 31st March 2006. How do we calculate that? Let's try to understand. You would say the cost of investment is 100 million. The cost of investment is 100 million. Share of post acquisition reserves is gonna be 30% multiplied by how much are the reserves? This is the reserves. 348 million is the reserves. Which had been revalued to 348 million. 348 minus 286, 18.6. Carrying amount in SOFP is gonna be this plus this. Now, before I proceed, let me just explain to you something about this. Before I proceed, let me just explain to you that why did I do this whole calculation. Let me just explain to you that why did I do the whole of this calculation. So firstly, you would say that investment in associate should be accounted for using equity method of accounting. The equity method of accounting does not require the investee to be consolidated, and instead a single line item named as investment in associate is presented in the SOCI. At the time of acquisition of investment in associate, a gain on bargain purchase, that is if costs are less than the share of net assets acquired, may arise, although rare, but such gain to be recognized in P&L. So the reason for me to calculate the goodwill calculations not needed for financial statements are done to check that no gain on bargain purchase arises. Based on the available information, the carrying amount of associate in the SOFP using the equity method of accounting shall be $118.6 million. Do you people get it? Yeah, do you people get it? That's why I did the calculation here. Just to check that there is no gain on bargain purchase. Check out this one. Yeah, do check out this one, please. Do let me know if it is clear to you all. Do you understand why did I calculate the goodwill? Do you understand what did I check while calculating the goodwill? Okay, you didn't understand why I calculated the goodwill. I just checked that if it is like, for example, if it would have been like this. Okay, how a gain on bargain purchase option could arise? See, 100 million. And if it would have been, let's say, 103. So what would have happened is there would have been a gain of 3 million and that's what have been recognized in P&L. So always remember that for the associate, you got to check that no gain on bargain purchase arises. In case a gain on bargain purchase arises, that has to be recognized in the P&L. I repeat, for the associate, in case a gain on bargain purchase arises, that has to be recognized in the P&L as an income. Okay, what is the double entry for the bargain purchase? Let me just try to pass on this. Yeah, I'm saying that there could be the negative. Yeah, it should be through P&L. Like for example, let's just see. For example, in your individual books, okay, just wait a bit. Let me just explain to you people through this here. When you actually invest in an associate, how do you do the accounting? Try to understand that. For example, if your investment is 100 million, how do you account for it in the individual financial statement? You say investment debit by 100 million and you say cash credit by 100 million. That's what you do with respect to your individual financial statement. But when it comes to the group financial statement, what are you going to do? Let's try to understand this. For the group financial statement, you would simply say that investment in associate is what we have to show as 100, and then we have to remove it as a normal investment of 100 and we got to show it as an investment in associate. This is for the investment. Now, if there is a gain on bargain purchase, let's say if there is a gain on bargain purchase, that is when you acquire an associate, you come across a gain on bargain purchase. So how would you do it? you would simply recognize this as like this. You would say that the investment is credited by 100. So whatever the investment that was recorded in the individual books, that would be credited by 100. Just wait a bit. Just wait a bit. If you acquire a subsidiary, if you acquire an associate, and if there is, let's say, a gain on bargain purchase option of 3 million, if there is a gain on bargain purchase option of 3 million, so you would simply say that your associate is gonna be debited by 3 and your PNL is gonna be credited by 3. That's what it is going to be. You would have a gain in the PNL to be recognized for the gain on bargain purchase. So always, whenever you have an associate, just try to check that is there a gain on bargain purchase? Is there a gain on bargain purchase? If there is a gain on bargain purchase, recognize that gain on bargain purchase in the P&L. Here I just checked. I just checked at the acquisition date. Yeah, the good. Yes, Ritesh Gupta, you are right. Now see, try to understand something. Normally, this position arises that if you're gonna calculate goodwill, you will have a goodwill in the associate. In case if there is a goodwill which is positive goodwill, you got to ignore this. You got to ignore this goodwill. Why do you need to ignore this goodwill? Because we are accounting for it using the equity method of accounting. And under the equity method of accounting, you don't recognize the goodwill. I repeat, under the equity method of accounting, you don't recognize the goodwill. Yes, the goodwill is only, see, my friend, I'm not telling you that calculate goodwill. I'm just telling you, okay, I could just, because you see, had there been, uh, had there been a gain on bargain purchase, every one of you would have been surprised that what has happened. So you see, I've just done this calculation. I've just done this calculation for the purpose of checking. This is not needed. This is not needed. I wish I could just write down this is not needed. It says that I'm trying to tell you that this needs to be checked. But since it's causing confusion, I'm just gonna make it highlighted into red so that you people don't understand, don't actually think that this is something that is to be done and done and done. Right? Do you get it? So the carrying amount of an investment in associate is going to be this as at 31st March 2000 x6. Is this okay now? So the requirement of how green should be accounted for as an associate using equity method in the consolidated statement of financial at 31st March 6. Your answer should also explain how revaluation of land at 1st April was accounted for and include all relevant calculations. Now, are you people okay with this explanation now? I have not explained this part yet. I've not explained this part yet. I'm just going to explain. But I've just talked about the goodwill. So do you people understand how we have written the things with respect to goodwill? Sorry, this associate. Okay, now the question says your answer should explain how revaluation of land was accounted for and include all relevant calculations. Now, so we know this thing that the land had been revalued upward by 15 million and correctly accounted for on this date. The deferred tax at 20% had also been accounted for in this gain in the individual statement of financial position of GRIN as of 31st March 2006. Nuha, what's the confusion? What's the confusion? I'm saying just ignore this. I'm saying just ignore this. This is not existing. Ignore this. Are you okay now? Okay, post acquisition profit. Now, let's talk about post acquisition profit. You acquired when they had a net assets of 286. The carrying amount of net assets of GRIN on 1st April were 286 million, which was the same as their fair value. Since then, GRIN has been correctly accounted for as an associate. Is that okay? Now, here you go and you see that at 1st April 2006, the net assets were 348 million. Do you get this point? Okay. Now, thank you very much. Now see, so it's 348 minus 286. Yes, that's the movement. Okay, now see, the examiner is asking us to show that how the land would have been accounted for. Land revaluation, how it should have been accounted for. Let's just try to understand. Gain on land is 15 million. The increase in क्या हुआ मोटर खराब हो गई हाँ कब से increase in deferred tax at the rate of 30%. So it's actually gonna be what? Okay, sorry, it was 20%, not 30%. So net amount to OCI is gonna be this plus this is this 12 million. Now, how is this all going to be accounted for? Let me just explain to you. You would say that with respect to the revaluation of land, a gain of $15 million arising on the revaluation would be recognized in the other comprehensive income and presented as revaluation gain in the SOFP. Since a deferred tax expense / liability equal to 20% arises on the revaluation gain, such expense shall be charged. Such expense of $3 million shall be charged to the OCI against the revaluation surplus. The net amount of gain to be presented in OCI shall be $12 million, which is $15 million minus $3 million. and it shall be presented in SOFP as revaluation surplus. Do you get it? That whenever we actually revalue a asset and if a deferred tax arises on that revaluation, such deferred tax shall be offsetted against that revaluation surplus. So the 15 million gain would be shown in the OCI. The deferred tax expense arising would be offsetted against that. So the accounting journal, although it is not needed in the question, but just for the explanation for you people, I'm passing out the accounting journal. It's going to be land debit by 15 million. The OCI is going to be credited by 15 million. The OCI with respect to the deferred tax expense is going to be debited by 3 and the deferred tax liability shall be credited by 3 million. Okay, now do you people get it now? Yeah, do you people get it now? Okay, lovely. Now let's move a bit forward and let's have a bit of a discussion further. So we are done with these two parts. Now there is this third part. Third part is whether the calculation, whether the classification of Chuckle Company's investment in grid should change on 1st April 2006. So you got to discuss if the classification should change. Now, what I'm actually going to do is that I'm going to give you, if there was no reverse, yes, sir, but can you explain when deferred tax arises, the principles? Okay. Okay, Cindy. Now you see what happens is that whenever the carrying amount of the asset increases, from the perspective of the tax authority, the asset would remain at the same value. So there is a temporary difference that arising. The difference between these two is the deferred tax. So the temporary difference multiplied by tax rate is deferred tax. So when you revalue an asset, when you charge an impairment, generally deferred tax arises. The question is, if there was no revaluation surplus, how would we account for deferred tax liability? Okay. See, assume that if there was no revaluation surplus, let's say for example, if it was an investment property which was revalued, so the gain on investment property goes to P&L. So as per IAS 12, the deferred tax impact will also go to P&L. It has to be a matching concept. It has to be a matching concept. If your gain under IFRS goes to OCI, if your gain under IFRS goes to OCI, the deferred tax expense should also go to OCI. If your gain goes to P&L, the deferred tax should also go to P&L. So assume that there was no revaluation, or if the revaluation would have been recognized in P&L because it was a revaluation downward, so the deferred tax would have also been recognized in the P&L. Do you get it now? Sonali, do you get it now? Okay, lovely. Anyone else has any question till now, or shall I move forward? Okay, lovely. So now I'm giving you 3-4 minutes time. The requirement is whether classification of Chuckle's investment in grid should change on 1st April 6. That's what the requirement is. That you have to talk that whether the classification should change or not. So just read through it and see what you understand. If you want more zoom, I can zoom in more. Okay, I've just done that. So you need to talk, should the classification change or not? So I've got one answer from Nuha that it's still an associate. Then I've got another answer from Saidu that yes, reclassification should change due to exercising of share option which led to an holding of 60% interest by Checkle. Now let me just guide you a bit. If I could just reclassify due to options. Okay, now let's just see what is actually going on. It says that Checkle company acquired a further 18% equity on 1st April 6. If I could just write down things in here. If I could just write down things in here. Number one, 18% additional acquisition. Then what else is there? The consideration was this. The fair value of this original was this, so and so, so and so. Now, the remaining 52% of the equity of Grin company at 1st April 6 is owned by few other investors, none of which own more than 10% of the equity of Grin company. Remaining 52% owned by other, and none of them have more than 10%. Okay, then it says on 1st April 2006, Checkle company also acquired share options in Grim company exercisable anytime until 31st March 2007. The existence of share options. What else is there? Then it says the exercise price of the options was just above the market price of Green company's share. Green company has been profitable for a number of years and the share price has been on an upward trend which is expected to continue. Checkle would increase its ownership to 60% should it exercise its rights. It is believed there would be an additional cost saving. There would be additional cost saving should the additional shares be acquired, as decisions at board levels could be made more efficiently. Now see, what happens is that let's just try to understand. Let's just try to see how exactly are we going to write down the answer. There are multiple things that you need to consider. One of them is basically the acquisition of additional 18% shareholding increases the share of Checkle company in Grin to 48%. Since no other investors are holding more than 10% shares individually, and there has been no discussion about the incidences where the other shareholders have voted in combination. The fact that 48% is still a minority may be ignored and grin may be considered to have greater representation on BOD from Chuckle company. The further evaluation can be made keeping in mind the existence of the options to acquire additional shares. In accordance with IFRS 10, these options are potential voting rights and they need to be considered for control evaluation if these options are substantive. For options to be substantive, it should be highly probable that they will be exercised. In the current situation, the market value of the company's shares is on the upward trend and the option exercise price is slightly above the market value. And the option exercise price is slightly above the market value. And the option exercise price is slightly above the market value. So it is highly likely that options will become exercisable soon at a price less than the market value of the shares. Furthermore, the Chuckle company is expected to have additional cost savings due to quick decision making at the board level in case if it is in controlling situation. This is additional indicator that these options will be exercised and hence the options can be considered to be substantive. Since options are substantive, therefore it will be assumed that it shall be assumed that the shareholding of Chuckle is 60% and not 48%, and hence Chuckle is able to appoint majority personnel on BOD and is therefore able to control grin. The grin shall no more be classified as associate and instead should be classified as subsidiary. Now, there is an important principle which is discussed in this scenario, which is the potential voting rights to be substantive. What do you mean by the potential voting rights to be substantive? Substantive means that it is highly probable that it will be exercised. It is highly probable that it will be exercised. Yeah, let me know. Do you people get it? Yeah, let me know. Do you people get it? Yes, Hasib, you will get the recording. Okay, Rumbit. Okay. You see, Elaine, I hope that I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Elaine, it's basically like this. Let's say the market value of the share is $10 and you are able to buy the share at $11. That's right now. But the share price is going up. Let's say if it goes up to $11.50 and you can buy at 11. So you will buy at 11. So that makes the option more exercisable. Okay, so I've just evaluated this whole scenario in detail and I've explained that what is going to be the relevant accounting for it. Now, let's move a bit forward. It says that on the assumption that Chuckle Company obtains control on 1st April 6, explain how fair value of non-current and current assets at acquisition, including any deferred tax adjustment, should be calculated. That's number one. How goodwill or gain on bargain purchase should be calculated. Your discussion should include a brief description of the accounting treatment and so on and so on. Now, this is the subsequent accounting. This is fair value of net assets of Grin. Let's have a discussion on this. It says the carrying amount of net assets of Grin Company on 1st April 6 were as follows. The carrying amount of the net assets of Grin Company on 1st April 6 were as follows. Non-current assets, current assets, the deferred tax, the other liabilities, so on. It says included within non-current assets was the land which had been previously revalued by $15 million. The exhibit 2. Okay. So there was this land which was previously revalued by $15 million. Now what next is there? It says the carrying amount of this land at 1st April 5 was 50 million, but its fair value was assessed to be 60 million at 1st April 6. There's additional fair value adjustment. Okay, guys, just wait a bit. Kilani, thank you for asking this question. Let me just tell you something. If you know a bit about the options, so you would understand that an option is actually, here you have a call option, which is option to buy. Now, the market value of the share right now is, let's say, $10, and the exercise price of the option is, let's say, $11. That means that you can buy a company's share at $11. You would not exercise the option right now because you would say that I can buy cheaper from market, right? Do you get it? You would say I can buy cheaper from the market. Number one. Now, what is going to happen next? The next situation is going to be that, let's say the share price has an upward trend. After 3 months, the market value of share is 10.9. You would still not exercise it, saying that I can still buy cheaper from the market. But let's say that after 2 months, the market value of the company's share is 11.2. What are you gonna do? You're gonna say that I'll exercise my option. I can buy at $11 using option. Do you get it? I can buy it at $11 using the option. Do you get it now? Yeah, Kilani, do you get it now? Okay, thank you. Coming back to the question again. So we were being told that included within non-current asset was land which had been previously revalued upward by 15 million. The carrying amount of this land at 1st April 5 and 6 was 50 million, but its fair value is assessed to be 60 million. So there's actually an increase in the fair value of the land. What happens next is that it says current assets include finished goods with a cost of 84 million. The fair value of these goods is 131 million. On 1st April 2006, the directors also identified that Grin had internally generated database of customers who were likely to be interested in purchasing their products. Although there were no contractual or legal rights associated with database, a professional valuer has estimated that just wait a bit. A professional expert has estimated that competitors would be prepared to pay $5 million for this database. Grin has not recognized the database as an asset within their individual financial statements. The current tax rate is 20%. The current tax rate is 20%. This rate should be applied to any fair value adjustment deemed necessary. Checkal has a policy of measuring the NCI as the proportionate share of net assets. Now, what is the requirement of the question? The requirement of the question is that on the assumption that Checkal obtains control on 1st April 6, explain how fair value of non-current asset and current asset at acquisition, including deferred tax, should be calculated, and how goodwill or gain should be calculated. Your discussion should include a brief description. So now see, what is it that you're going to write? Do you have an idea? Do you have an idea what is it that you're going to write on this, please? Any idea? What are you going to write for this? Okay, now let's just try to see. The first part of the question is that it says how the fair value of non-current assets and current assets at acquisition, including any deferred tax adjustment, should be calculated. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna talk about it that in accordance with the requirements of IFRS 3 business combinations. Now, a lot of you people would be worried that what if I don't remember the name of accounting standard? You don't have to be worried about it. Even if you don't remember the name of the accounting standard, don't write down the name. Just say in accordance with IFRS. That's it. Don't write down the name. Just say in accordance with IFRS. You don't have to write anything. So I am just writing down that in accordance with IFRS 3 business combination. If you don't know what is IFRS 3, if you don't know which IFRS says that, ignore it. Yeah, do you people get it? So, in accordance with the requirements of IFRS 3 business combinations, a subsidiary, sorry, an investor should remeasure all the identifiable assets and liabilities of the subsidiary to fair value at the acquisition date. An investor should remeasure all the identifiable assets and liabilities of the subsidiary to fair value at the acquisition date. Now, what next is there? The next situation is it says that you would say that with respect to the assets, an increase in their fair values would give rise to temporary differences as the tax base of the assets do not change due to fair value measurement. There, a deferred tax asset slash liability would be required to be recognized on such temporary differences. Now, what is it that you're going to do? You're going to say that, look, what is it that you're going to do? You're going to say that, look, um, the carrying amount of land is $50 million, whereas its fair value is $60 million. This gives rise to a fair value increase of $10 million to be recognized with respect to the land at the time of acquisition. Since the tax carrying amount of the land would not change, therefore a temporary difference of $10 million would arise, giving rise to a deferred tax expense slash liability. Sorry, giving rise to a deferred tax liability of $2 million. How does it arises? 10 million multiplied by 20%. Then you have got what? You have got the current assets. Although inventory is measured at the lower of cost or NRV, but for the purposes of acquisition of a subsidiary, the inventory shall also be remeasured to fair value. A fair value adjustment of a fair value adjustment of 131 minus 84 $47 million, which is 131 minus 84, is to be recognized. This will also give rise to temporary differences and hence a deferred tax liability of 9.4 million. 47 into 20% is required to be recognized with respect to this upward adjustment. No, Esther, how could it be a $15 million increase? It is not a $15 million increase. The fair value of the land before this was 50 million. It is now 16 million. So it's 10 million increase. Yeah, do you get it? My friend, do you get it? Okay, let's move a bit forward and let's discuss further. Then what do you have? You have a database. Well, if the tax base changes, then the temporary difference would not be the same. Elizabeth, if the tax rate changes, if the tax base changes, it is not going to be the same. I mean, you see what happens is that if the tax base changes, the temporary difference would also change. Okay, take an example. If the carrying amount of the land has increased by 10 million, and if the tax base increases by 10 million, there would be no deferred tax implication. Number two example, if the tax base, if the carrying amount or the fair value changes by 10 million, and the tax base has changed by 6 million, so there is going to be a temporary difference of 4 million. Do you get it now? Do you get it now? Okay. Saidu, the tax base is basically the tax base is actually the carrying amount for the purposes of tax rules. Allow me some time, I will come back to it. I can realize that a lot of you are struggling with it. But if I would actually, okay, just wait a bit. Let me just explain because I think it's a serious problem for all. Just wait a bit. Just wait a bit, please. Let me explain to you the tax base. Because what I can see now is that a lot of you people actually are struggling with this concept of tax base. Uh, Now you see, for example, you acquire an asset for $100 million and you depreciate that asset for over a period of 10 years. Now what actually happens is that the tax rules are that the asset would be depreciated on 25% reducing balance basis. Now try to understand this. Now at time period 0, the asset would be of $100 million for the purposes of accounting, for the purposes of taxation. Then what would happen is that we are going to charge a depreciation. So depreciation of 10 million is going to charge here. The depreciation of 25 million is going to be charged here. The carrying amount is going to be 90 here, is going to be 75. I'm going to charge depreciation for the second year, which is again going to be 10 million. But since here it's a reducing balance method, so the depreciation is going to be 75 into 25%. So it's going to be 18.75. The carrying amount at the end of year 2 is going to be 80. The carrying amount at the end, this tax carrying amount is going to be 56.25. Now, we have calculated this to be tax WDV, the tax written down value, or you could say the carrying amount for the purposes of taxation. This carrying amount for the purposes of taxation is called tax base. This amount is going to be called tax base. This accounting net book value is called carrying amount. And there is a terminology which is called temporary difference. The temporary differences are the difference between carrying amount and tax base. So if you try to calculate the temporary difference here, it's going to be 0. At the end of year 1, it's going to be 15. At the end of year 2, it's going to be 80 minus 56.25. 23.75. At the end of year 3, it's gonna be 27.81. Now try to understand something. What is tax base? Tax base is the carrying amount of an asset for the purposes of tax. For the purposes of tax. Now, the difference between this carrying amount and the tax base is called temporary difference. Just wait a bit, Nuha. Just wait a bit, everyone. I'm just assume this example. I'm just creating this example on my own to help you people understand. Right? Now see, what would happen is that the temporary differences could be classified into taxable. The temporary differences could be classified into deductible. When is the temporary difference a taxable temporary difference and when is it a deductible temporary difference? So if carrying amount of asset is greater than its tax base, the deductible temporary difference is if carrying amount of asset is less than tax base. And for liability, it's opposite. If the carrying amount of liability is less than tax base. If carrying amount of liability is greater than tax base. So it's actually, you got to classify a temporary difference to be taxable or deductible. So if I ask you people a question that if the above temporary differences that I have calculated, what do you think they are? Are these taxable temporary differences or are these deductible temporary differences? What do you think they are? Are these taxable or are these deductible? Okay, it's good to see now you every one of you know it's taxable temporary difference. All of them are taxable. The carrying amount is greater and the tax base is lower. Carrying amount is greater, tax base is lower. Carrying amount is greater, tax base is lower. So you see, this is a taxable temporary difference. What is it? It's a taxable temporary difference. It's a taxable temporary difference. It's a taxable temporary difference. Now let me just give you a bit of a guidance now. So what happens is that for the taxable temporary differences, they give rise to a deferred tax liability, and the deductible temporary differences give rise to a deferred tax asset. The deferred tax liability is calculated. How is it calculated? So I could say they are taxable temporary differences. I could say they are deductible temporary differences. So the deferred tax liability is calculated like this. It's simply taxable temporary difference multiplied by tax rate. Then it's actually gonna be what? Deductible temporary differences multiplied by tax rate. Now, for those of you who struggle, just remember these rules. Just put up these rules into your mind that this is how you will classify temporary differences. So you can remember one rule and you can apply opposite accounting treatment to all rest of them, which is if carrying amount of asset is greater than tax base, it's a taxable temporary difference. Then opposite, if carrying amount is less than tax base, it's deductible. If carrying amount of liability is less, it's taxable, and if carrying amount of liability is greater, it's deductible. You see it? You get it? Now, so if I could just pick up the example which I actually gave you people, I've just used this example here. So what happens is that I could just say that deferred tax liability is taxable temporary difference multiplied by tax rate. Let's say I'm saying tax rate is 30%. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna multiply this by 30%, this by 30%, this by 30%. So it's 4.5. It's 7.125. It's 8.343. Now, how would you record the accounting? Let's just try to see. You would say deferred tax expense debit by 4.5, deferred tax liability credit by 4.5. For the next year, the increase in the deferred tax is what? 2.625. So you would simply say like this: deferred tax expense debit by 2.625, deferred tax liability credit by 2.625. Then it's 1.218. You would say deferred tax expense debit by 1.218. Now, do you people get it? Do you people get these accounting entries? Yeah, it's a liability, so you have a credit to increase. Okay, now it's still not over yet because I don't want to be stopping again on the deferred tax as we move forward. So I'm just gonna take you people through more concepts of deferred tax. Now, try to understand something. Assume that assume that um, this is carrying amount, this is tax base. Year 1, year 2, year 3. The tax rate is 30%. And I'm talking about of an asset. I'm just giving you a simple example just to see if you people are able to solve it or not. I'm just giving an example that carrying amount of the asset at year 1 is 1000. The tax base is 900. Then the carrying amount of the asset is 750. The tax base is 800. The carrying amount of the asset is 620 and the tax base is 650, and then it is 500 and it is 400. Now my request to you people is required is deferred tax asset or deferred tax liability at each year end and accounting entries. So I'm giving you 5 minutes, try to do it. I'll see to what extent you people do understand deferred tax. I've said assume that tax rate is this. Tax rate is 30%. Okay, so I've got different answers. Good to see that so many answers are there. Uh, okay, Varsha, good to see you back after a long time. Okay, now see, basically what's going on in here, you have got temporary differences, and the temporary differences are what? It's 100, it's 50, it's 30, it's 100. But here, let's say if I say taxable temporary difference, I say deductible temporary difference is like this. The tax rate at the rate of 30%. It would give rise to what? Deferred tax liability or deferred tax asset. So I'm going to write down deferred tax asset in a negative manner. So it's going to be 30. It's going to be 15. It's going to be 9. It's going to be 30. Now what exactly is going to be the accounting entry? That's important. The accounting entries are important. For year one, what are you going to do? You're going to say deferred tax expense debit by 30. Deferred tax liability credit by 30. Then for year two, you would say we now stand at a deferred tax asset. Okay. So it was basically a liability and which is now turning into an asset. So you'd say deferred tax asset debit by 15. You would say deferred tax liability debit by 30. And you would say deferred tax income credit by 45. That's important because if you understand year two, this is important to understand. Let's talk about year three. You would say deferred tax expense debit, deferred tax asset credit by 6. There's a movement of 6. And for the year 4, you had a asset and you are now into a liability. So deferred tax asset is gonna be credit by 9. Deferred tax liability is gonna be credit by 30. And deferred tax expense is gonna be 39. Now, kindly check the accounting journals that I have passed on to see if you have got it right or not. It's important to see the accounting entries. I intentionally did this calculation because you people are struggling. Yeah, because you people were struggling, so I intentionally did this calculation. Yeah, do you understand, all of you? Let me know. Do people understand these? Year 3 you didn't understand. Okay. So what is happening in year 3? You were at an asset of 15 million. Now you are at an asset of 9 million. Your assets have reduced. So if your asset has reduced, the asset has to decrease by 6. And the reduction of asset is an expense. Sonali, your values are incorrect. Why? Okay, Saidu, you are saying, why do we have deferred tax income? Does it mean we have paid any? Okay, now see, deferred tax income means that the asset increases, it's an income. Just think like this. I mean, I don't have time to get into all these details right now. But I all that I can do is that you just need to think if the asset is increasing, it's an income. If the asset is decreasing, it's an expense. If liability is increasing, it's an expense. If liability is decreasing, it's an income. Now, yeah, it's just that you got to think that um, that whatever the expenses that's being taken to P&L. So it's the P&L that's being debited. So when you debit the P&L, it's an expense. When you credit the P&L, it's an income. When you debit the P&L, it's an expense. When you debit the P&L, it's an expense. So that's why you can think that I've called it as an expense. Right now, one more example. You might say that why did we ask him to do deferred tax? He's just stuck onto the deferred tax. Yes, because I don't want this problem to be carried forward again. Now see, assume that you had a land which had a carrying amount of 500 million and you revalued the land to 650 million. Assume that tax rate is 30%. Now, case number 1. Tax authorities do not accept revaluation. So if the tax authorities do not accept revaluation, so what is actually going to happen? This is before and this is after revaluation. This is the carrying amount, this is the tax base. The carrying amount was 500, the tax base was 500, no temporary difference. The carrying amount became 650, the tax base remained 500. So a 150 taxable temporary difference arised. Multiply by 30%. Gives you 45 as a deferred tax expense and a deferred tax liability. Now try to see. Normally what you would do is that you would say property plant equipment debit by 150. The other comprehensive income, which is also the revaluation reserve, is gonna be credited by 150. IFRS says that you got to follow the matching principle. And if in accordance with IFRS, if you got to follow the matching principle, what is actually gonna happen is that this 45 is not gonna be recognized into the P&L. But rather it's gonna be recognized in the OCI against the revaluation reserve. Just wait a bit, Cindy. I'm just gonna come on to it. I'm not gonna leave you people now because I know that it's a weak area. So I'm just gonna do it now. You get this point. This was case number one. Now, case number two. Tax authorities have allowed revaluation of land. Now, what's gonna happen? Before and after carrying amount, tax base 500, 500, 0. 650, 650, 0. Do you get it now? What was the problem? The problem was tax authorities by default, it is always going to be assumed that tax authorities do not accept revaluation. I repeat, by default, you got to think that tax authorities do not accept revaluation. But if the tax authority would accept revaluation, yes, Eileen, yes. But right now, because the students were concerned that how do we actually go about it, uh, this is what it is, right? Now see, if it would have been an investment property, let's say if there is an investment property under fair value model, what is actually going to happen? The carrying amount was 5,000. The fair value at year end is 6,250. The tax rate is 30%. So what's actually going to happen? You'd say investment property debit by 1250. And you would say the P&L credit by 1250. What would happen is the carrying amount which was 5,000 has now become 6,250. The tax base which was 5,000 earlier would remain 5,000. So 1250 is your temporary difference. You multiply it by 30%. So it's actually gonna be 375. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna say deferred tax expense debit by 375. Deferred tax liability credit by 375. Is it okay now? Okay. Now shall I come back to the question now? Okay, Esther, for that, what you need to do is that you need to see if the gain or loss under the relevant IFRS goes to P&L or OCI. If the gain or loss under the relevant IFRS goes to P&L, then the deferred tax goes to P&L. If the gain or loss goes to OCI, then the deferred tax goes to OCI. So now let's just try to see. I was talking about this. So we had talked about two adjustments. That was basically the current assets with respect to finished goods. I talked about the non-current asset. I will do that, don't worry. I'll do that, don't worry. Now, let's move a bit forward. Now it says that the next aspect of this question is that it says on 1st April, the directors of Chuckle Company also identified that Grin had internally generated database of customers who were likely interested in purchasing. Now you would say that internally generated customer list, cannot be recognized as asset in the individual financial statements of the entity. However, in case if there is an acquisition, then such database can be recognized as asset if its fair value can be measured reliably. Yes, Cindy, Lachman, what's the issue? Okay, you can't see the work. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, here you go. So it says internally, there was this questions last area, which was about the customer database. And they were thinking of recognizing this customer database as an asset. They were thinking of recognizing the customer database as an asset. Now, let's talk. So basically what would happen is that internally generated customer list cannot be recognized as an asset in the individual financial statements of the entity. However, in case if there is an acquisition, then such database can be recognized as asset if its fair value can be measured reliably. Now, what are we going to do next? We're going to say that in the current situation, the fair value of the database can be estimated reliably by the professional experts, and hence an intangible amounting to $5 million shall be recognized. An intangible amounting to $5 million shall be recognized. Since no database would be existing for the tax purposes, therefore its carrying amount, its tax base would be 0, and there shall be a deferred tax liability of 20% into $5 million is equivalent to $1 million shall be recognized. That's how the accounting is going to be done for the measurement of the fair value of the assets. Are you people okay now? Yeah, let me know so that I can move forward then. Okay, now lastly it says that how goodwill or the gain on bargain purchase should be calculated. Your discussion should include a brief description of the accounting treatment arising from additional purchase. So now what actually happens is that you need to understand this thing, that how exactly are we going to be recognizing the whole of it. The acquisition of additional 18% shareholding considered along with the options gives rise to control over Green Company. What does it do? It gives rise to control over Green Company. Now, if it gives rise to control over, okay, Noah, the requirement, the question is of 30 mark, but why does it looks like a lengthy one? The reason being that uh, there are problems with the basics, unfortunately. It's a discursive question again, but that's how you expect question number 1 to be. So it says the acquisition of additional 18% shareholding considered along with options gives rise to control over Green Company. Goodwill shall be calculated, and in order to calculate the goodwill, the cost of investment shall include the consideration paid for the additional shares acquired and the fair value of the existing shareholding. The gain on the remeasurement, of the fair value of the existing shareholding shall be recognized in P&L. It shall be recognized in the P&L. Now what next is the gain on the remeasurement of the fair value of the existing interest shall be recognized in P&L. While establishing the fair value of the identifiable net assets, the deferred tax liabilities shall also be incorporated. The deferred tax liabilities shall also be incorporated. The computation of the goodwill are in the spreadsheet. So how would we do it? calculation of goodwill in Green Company. B2. The cost of investment would actually be made up of what? The cost of investment would actually be made up of fair value of existing investment and the consideration paid. How much is that going to be? The fair value of the existing interest is going to be what? It was 127 million. The consideration that you have paid is 66 million. The consideration that you have paid is 66 million. Then you would say non-controlling interest, and then you would say fair value of identifiable net assets. So as per the question, what are the fair value of net assets as per the question? It's 348 million. It's 348 million. Fair value adjustment, land. Fair value adjustment, inventory. Fair value adjustment, intangibles. The deferred the deferred tax liability is to be included. Now for the land, it's 60 minus 50. For the inventory, it's 131 minus 84. (131 minus 84). For the intangible, that's 5. For the deferred tax, it's gonna be all of this. Sorry. It's gonna be the sum of all of this multiplied by 20%. So $397.6. Now the non-controlling interest is gonna be what? Multiply by 52%. We have 48% shareholding. Although apparently the 48% is minority, but it's not majority or minority that's considered. It's controlling and non-controlling interest that's considered. So we have a controlling interest and there is a non-controlling interest of 52%. You get it now? So hence, what actually happens is that you will have the goodwill, which is this plus this plus this minus this. So do you people get it? Yeah, let me know whatever questions that you have with respect. I will show the NCI calculation again, don't worry. The NCI was proportionate interest. The NCI was proportionate value. So for the proportionate value, what do? You calculate the net assets. You multiply the percentage of the NCI with that net assets. You own 48%. The remaining 52% is NCI. Okay, Mike Akoto, let me just show you how the percentage of NCI I got. You had a 30% shareholding. You had a 30% shareholding. You acquired additional 80%. How much is the total you have got now? 48%. To control does not mean you need to have majority shareholding. You should be able to direct the relevant activity. You should have the power over investee. So we have a 48% shareholding through which we can have power over investee. So the remaining 52% is non-controlling. That's a majority, but they are non-controlling. We are controlling. So that's why it goes like this. Do you get it now? Okay, Elizabeth, if you are using fair value method, you would simply multiply the share price with the number of shares owned by NCI. If you are using fair value method, you would, if fair value of NCI required, then this is what you're gonna do. Good enough. Okay, so what I'm actually gonna do now is that I have done this specific question, the name of which is Chuckle Company. What I'm actually gonna do now is that I'm gonna take a short break. I will come back again and we will continue further. So I'm taking a short break for 20 minutes. It's a 20 minutes break till 9 p.m. PKT. So it's a 20-minute. I will give you the working. Don't worry. I'll give you everything. I'll give you everything. Don't worry about it. So you'll join back in 20 minutes. So for those of you who haven't, who are not here yet, if the other students join in, you could just let them know that it's a technical issue that's being fixed by the Escribir's team. So we would just wait for another 10 minutes before we resume. Thank you. Okay, guys. So welcome back. What I actually realized while doing the examination question with you people is that there are serious problems. There are serious problems with respect to a lot of areas. And what I actually, I mean, like I normally, what I do is that when I conduct these marathon sessions, I go about doing the examination questions I had planned that I would do the whole of this specific attempt paper, but to me, it does not seem like a situation that we can go about doing the whole attempt paper. So what I do is that I usually I usually open the floor for every single student to ask any question that they would like to ask. I open the floor to every student to ask whatever question that you want to ask, so that I can answer you whatever that you have an issue. And believe me, everyone actually enjoys that, because this actually allows every one of you to ask questions and the other people gets answer to that. So I have got starting from I usually start alphabetically. So I've got Abe Kapoor. Abe, how are you? Yeah, Abe Kapoor, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
So,
Sorry,
yeah,
go on.
please go. Please go ahead.
I mean, my questions, I think mainly just focus around, because I think I need to get back and do consolidation again.
Mhm.
So how is the best way to structure one revision as well prior to next week? There's only about a week or so left.
Mhm.
Um, so just trying to get that. What's the best way questions wise as well?
Okay. Are there other areas that you are struggling to handle?
I think the ones that I have for some reason have struggled with. I think I would like to cover a little bit of financial instruments, but lease
Mhm.
is the other one that I've seen to had some issues with now that you've done tax.
Mhm.
I think share-based payment is okay, but it's just a case of if I need to learn the journal entry. I don't know if we need to do that for the questions.
Okay. Yes, at times they do actually ask the correcting journals. So you might actually need to know. So basically, now, is there any specific thing that you would like to ask right now?
Not at this moment in time, exactly. Not specifically. It's more a topic thing.
Okay, lovely. So, okay, now before, I mean, like before I actually conclude things with you,
Mhm.
let me just guide you people. I actually did guide the people yesterday also when I was actually doing the AFM webinar. So what I would actually guide you people to do is that, um, just wait a bit. Okay, you people would be added to a WhatsApp group where the information is going to be shared with you people. But here you could see that this is a YouTube channel, which is a Scriber Academy. And when it comes to this YouTube channel, you could just go on to the playlist. And when you would go on to the playlist, you could just sort these playlists by latest video added. So once you do that, you would find out that there is actually an SBR full playlist. So you click on this SBR full playlist and you could see that I have actually included a lot of things in here. The IFRS 8, the revenue from contract with customer, their practice questions on revenue, IS 16, IS 36 summary, some practice questions of SBR for IS 16, IS 19 complete. Uh, then I can actually just remove this from the playlist. Okay, these questions, the Cushion Company, Hill Company, Banana Company, Moise Group, SB, the Carbise, Columbia, Laploid, you would see these are all group accounts past papers, and I mean, like, they are question number one of each of the attempts that have been previously conducted. So if you
Yeah.
are looking at actually going about with the consolidation, I would recommend you follow this playlist and go through all these questions, because this is consolidation complete. There is no part of consolidation that uh, that is going to be left. There's no part of consolidation that's going to be left.
After covering those questions.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
go through all these questions, right? So it's basically like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 questions that are there. So I think
Okay.
that's going to cover up everything. Step
Okay.
acquisition, group disposals, group cash flows, everything that is there. It's going to cover up that foreign subsidiary, everything.
Okay. Okay. No, that
Right.
makes sense. I mean, I can do.
And there is another important thing. If you could look at this, this is IFRS revision part 1. This is IFRS revision part 2. This is IFRS revision part 3. I could not continue developing more summaries, but these 23-minute, 19-minute, 26-minute, these are the summaries from the past for the accounting standards that I've created, and that can help you revise the accounting standard quickly. So you can use them also. And I mean, like, you could just go on to directly onto the relevant accounting standard that you would like to access to. So you would be benefiting from that.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So there is a humongous amount of data available in here. It's just that I put in things here just for the sake of the students actually
Okay.
um,
Yeah,
uh, getting all resources, right?
okay. I mean that makes sense. I mean my question there, and I think this is probably a bit cheeky in that sense as well, because I'm also sitting another paper next week. Are there kind of what topics are the best ones to focus on that come quite often?
Okay.
Apart from-
So basically, there are a few things which you just cannot skip. One
Yeah.
of them is consolidation. You
Yeah.
got to cover up every area of the consolidation. Then the ethical issues. You got to know that how to deal with the ethical issues. Then basically the FR level accounting standards and their practice.
So
At times, then there is this IS 19, adjustment on IS 19, on IFRS 16 leases, on the financial instrument, on the revenue, and at times share-based payment, at times no. So, but I think that if you cover up this specific area also, yeah, very important, IS 38 and IS 37 and IS 21. Now, these 3 standards are also covered at the FR level, but I've just mentioned them here because examiner frequently asks questions on them. Now, how should you be preparing right now? So my
sorry,
suggestion is that,
because I was gonna ask as well for the FR level you were mentioning, what kind of comes in that? Because I actually got an exemption for FR.
okay, that's what I'm telling you. Now,
Yeah.
what you should do is that for your case, do the consolidation questions from the playlist that is available to you.
Okay.
Plus, do IFRS 15 practice questions.
Okay.
Do IS 19 practice questions. Go through the IFRS summary lectures, and then IS 16 practice questions. Now, uh, where have I actually kept all of them? Just wait a bit. Let me just show you. I've just written, I'm sorry, I did not share the screen. um, Sadek Hussain, don't worry. Now you see, I've just mentioned these, Abhay Kapoor for you.
Yeah.
Consolidation, ethical issues, FR level accounting standards, and these are few accounting standards. Now these 3 standards, 38, 37, 21, they're usually the F7 level accounting standard, but they're examined quite frequently. So how do you go about for your case? You could just do this consolidation playlist,
Mhm.
IFRS 15 practice question, 19 practice question, the summary lectures, and the IS 16 practice question. See, here you go. Uh, here you go. It's basically the revenue practice questions.
Okay.
Then there's this basically IS 16 practice questions.
Yeah.
Then there's this IS 19 part 2. Go through that.
Okay.
These are the questions on consolidation.
Yep.
And then after this Laploid, you go on to these 3 summaries.
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So I think that, and just try to make sure that you attempt last 4 past papers. It's not necessary that you attempt the whole answer. It's just that maybe you could read the question requirement. You could just read the answer. Read the question requirement, read the answer. I know it's going to be a bit time consuming, but SBR is the lengthiest of all the papers. So you just got to make sure that you spend time on the relevant areas. The other paper that you are attempting is AFM, right?
Yes.
So AFM, you have got time, but the AFM, I think that I did guide you people also about the AFM, that you could just do 10, 12 questions on AFM. That is going to be sufficient enough for you to pass AFM. But for the SBR, you need to go a bit of an extra mile. AFM paper is on 10th of June, SBR paper is a bit earlier.
9th
So
of June. Yeah.
yeah. So like, I know it's actually going to be simultaneously that you got to cover them all, but I think AFM can be prepared in a shorter amount of time. For the SBR, if you cover a few practice questions that I have actually shared with you people, you would inshallah benefit a lot, because these questions on consolidation don't only just include consolidation, they include other areas of consolidation also. They include IFRS 15, they include the IFRS 13 fair value measurement, they include some portion on share based payment, they include some portion on leases. So if you all revise these questions which are uploaded in here, you would learn a lot.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
Okay, now every one of you who is asking that how could you be added to the group, you will be added to the group, don't worry. In case if you are not added to the group, you may actually message me on the number which is, you all will be added up, don't worry. So Abhay Kapoor, is there anything else that you would like to ask?
No, I think that's covered all my questions. I think if I have anything else, then I'll probably just ask you in the group.
Okay, lovely, thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Sanam. You welcome, Sanam. Michael Tosant, don't worry, I will actually add you people up. Okay, I've got Adafi Williams. Adafi Williams, how are you?
Hi, sir. I'm doing well, thanks.
How are the preparations?
Um, I really can't say. It feels as if I'm trying to learn but not retaining anything. So I guess from now it's just me to do practice questions and hope for the best, I guess. But I like the advice that you just gave with respect to the YouTube playlist. I think I'll focus on that and the questions for the remainder of the days.
Mhm. Yeah, because the consolidation questions, especially, they do cover other areas also. Like they cover the IFRS 13, they cover leases, they cover share-based payment. So you would get a quick revision of all that. So just do that. That's like 10, 12 hours of all the questions. So you may even play the lectures at 1.25 or 1.5. By the way, my speed is a bit fast. So it's always a risk speeding up my lecture. So
Yeah, it is. I've tried it. I wouldn't advise going beyond 1.75. It's too fast.
yeah. Okay. Um, is there anything that you would like to ask? Any question? Anything that you would like, or you would want me to explain, or anything that you would want me to do?
Well, specific to what we did this morning, if you can go into a little bit on the gain on bargain purchase, because
Mhm.
I, I thought it only applied to subsidiaries, not to associates. So probably I'll have to go back to check that one.
Okay, now you see what happens is that it's not a common accounting treatment. It's something that is very rare that you actually come across this gain on bargain purchase on the associates. So I have just explained to you people that in case if it does come in, this is how you got to deal with it. So it says that I've explained to you people, in case if it comes in, this is how you got to deal with it,
Okay.
right? It's not necessary that you're going to do it like this.
Okay, got it.
Okay, is there anything else?
No, I think I need to follow your advice with
Mhm.
respect to the YouTube playlist. And then maybe in a couple of days or so, I may have more specific questions that I'll put forward in the YouTube, in the WhatsApp group, but not at this time.
Okay, lovely. Which country are you from?
Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, you're from Trinidad. Okay, your accent is not like a Trinidad people.
Okay. What are you used to?
I mean, like a very difficult accent
Oh, okay.
generally.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Uh, Abhay Kapoor, which country are you from? Everyone would be added to the uh, everyone would be added to the group. Don't worry about it. Now, um, Christiani Corbin. Yeah, I hope that I've pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, you did.
Okay, lovely. So, which country are you from?
Barbados.
Are you from Barbados? Okay. So, how can I help you? And are there any things that you would like to ask? Any questions? Any issues?
How maybe operating segments. I'm not sure how likely you
Mhm.
think that would appear. And I probably just have to practice maybe question 3s and question 4s on sustainability and current issues.
Okay, thank you for highlighting this. Guys, I'm gonna come up with a video um, on the current issues. I'm gonna come up with a video on the current issues. So basically, that is actually going to cover up everything about the current issues. So don't worry about it. I will actually, I will actually be coming up with the current issues things. So you don't have to worry about it. Just leave the current issues upon me. Give me 2-3 days. I'll come up with the current issues. But for the rest of the question 2-3, I would suggest that maybe what you could do is that you could just go through those question number 1, which I have shown in the playlist, and you may skip the consolidation part, and there is usually a short part of or of some other accounting standard at the end. So you may just actually go through those also. That is also going to help.
Okay.
And for the question 3 and 4, the 4 is something that you cannot practice much. 3 and 2 are the ones which you can practice a lot. So like 2-3 for question number 4, you would majority of the time you would end up confusing yourself and you would end up wasting your time, because that is actually a mixture of current issues and things from here and there. So I would recommend that don't spend time on question number 4. Spend more time on question 2-3 right now.
Okay.
Just wait for question number 4 for my current issues video.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other question?
No, that's it for me.
Okay, lovely.
Okay.
So, okay, there are, it's basically you search Escribir Academy on the YouTube and you're gonna get it. And in case if you are in any of our WhatsApp groups, the links are already there in the descriptions. Okay, Cindy Luqman. I hope that I pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, sir, you did.
Okay, lovely. Which country are you from?
I'm also from Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, how come that I've got such penetration in Trinidad Tobago?
You're popular here, I guess.
Okay, so lady, how can I help you?
I think I'm coming along okay. My probably only question would have been like with IFRS 11, to point out maybe the main things. I know it's dealt with like equity accounting, but you know, if we could like maybe summarize, or if you have a video on it that we could just look at, highlighting how to differentiate with a joint venture, joint arrangement, that sort of thing.
Okay,
Otherwise, I'm coming along okay.
Okay, lovely. Just wait a bit. I'm just gonna do it in a minute. I'm just gonna do a bit of an explanation here.
Okay.
So basically, when we talk about this IFRS 11, IFRS 11 is joint arrangements. IFRS 11 explains three different type of joint arrangements. One of them is called a jointly controlled asset. The other one of them is a jointly controlled operations. And the third one of them is called jointly controlled entity. Now, when we talk about the jointly controlled asset, what exactly do you mean by having a jointly controlled asset? The concept of having a jointly controlled asset is basically two or more parties can actually own an asset. Like generally what happens is that you have got ships, you have got cranes. These are usually expensive assets. So they are not owned by a single entity, but they're rather owned by multiple entities. That's how it actually happens for these type of assets which are highly valuable. So in case if there is an entity which has a share in a jointly controlled asset, so what does it have to do? It has to recognize its share of asset. How do you do it? For the PPE that is shown on the balance sheet, you show the PPE on the balance sheet. But when it comes to the notes to the accounts, so for the notes to the account, you would actually write down a line which is share of jointly controlled asset. Let's say if you have a 25% share, if you have a 25% share and the asset is worth, let's say, the asset is worth, let's say 80 million. So what are you going to do? You're going to say that in your financial statement, you would recognize $20 million of the asset as your share of the jointly controlled asset. That's what you're going to do. So one of the type of joint arrangements is a jointly controlled asset, which is an asset which is jointly controlled by two or more entities. Now, there's something which is called jointly controlled operations. What exactly do you mean by jointly controlled operation? So when we talk about the concept of jointly controlled operation, the concept of jointly controlled operation is that jointly controlled operation means what? Jointly controlled operation means when two or more entities undertake a specific operation together. Two or more entities undertake a specific operation together. What do you mean by two or more entities undertaking a specific operation together? Think about it. Think about a highway is being built. Think about a dam is being built. Now, two or three or four or five engineering companies may get involved in the development of that dam or so and so. One of them may have got expertise for the construction. One of them have got the expertise for the architecture. One of them may have got the expertise with respect to operations, etc., etc. Now, when you are actually undertaking such a task, it's a proper business activity. It's a proper operation that's taking place. So basically, if there is a jointly controlled operation, in that case, IFRS 11 says that each party to recognize its share of asset, liability, income, and expenses. So like, for example, what are you going to do? You're going to do a sort of proportionate consolidation. What do you mean by doing a sort of proportionate consolidation? Let's say the sales of the whole joint operation is 200 million and you have got a 30% stake. So you would recognize 60 million. The cost hard, let's say 170, and you have got a 30% stake. You're going to recognize 30% of 170. So maybe let's say 51 is what you're going to recognize. So basically, you're going to recognize your share of assets, liabilities, income, and expenses. That's what you would do with respect to jointly controlled operation. The last thing is about a jointly controlled entity. when we talk about a jointly controlled entity, the concept of jointly controlled entity is that when a separate legal entity is created, when a separate legal entity is created, and we also call this jointly controlled entity as a joint venture. Now, what is a joint venture? A joint venture is an entity subject to joint control. The joint control is a very important terminology. What is that important terminology? The joint control. Joint control is no party can veto a decision. No party can take a decision on their own. If anything has to be done, it has to be joint. It has to be both the parties agreeing to something, then that decision is going to take place. So a joint venture is accounted for in accordance with IAS 28 using the equity method of accounting. Using the equity method of accounting. And what exactly is the equity method of accounting? It's the same as the one which is done for the associate. It's the same as the one which is done for the associate. So that's about IFRS 11 joint operations, joint arrangements. So, okay. So are you okay now, Cindy Lachman?
So was there an aspect about with a bargain purchase to do with the same IFRS 11?
Okay.
'Cause
Just like
yeah.
I discussed for the associates today, the first area that I
Yeah.
discussed today for the associate, it actually was that I said that if you have invested in an associate, just try to make sure that has the bargain purchase arise. The same approach has to be adopted for this one also. That equity method of accounting is being applied. You just see that is there a gain on bargain purchase. If there is a gain on bargain purchase, recognize it in the P&L as an income. Are there anything else that you would like to ask?
That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Yeah, Kilani, just wait a bit. I'm just gonna come on to that. Don't worry. Okay, I've got Constance Limwania. I'm just going ahead in the alphabetical order.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Good evening. You're from Zimbabwe or Zambia?
Zambia.
Okay, okay. I remember a bit. Now, so what's your query? What's your things? Would you like to ask anything? Any questions, any comments?
Okay. I've gone through leases. Last time I complained about not understanding leases in full, but I'm finding myself getting stuck when I go to questions. I guess I still have to just continue doing it until I get it right somehow. I actually worry when I see the bulk of a question being on leases, and I'm like, oh my God, am I going to leave all these marks in the exam? But I like the fact that you've suggested we go through the videos on the YouTube channel that you shared. So I'll try and do as much as I can and not depress myself with a topic that I'm struggling with. Secondly, I need you to share tips on time management. I think that's my weakness.
Okay,
especially
that's
papers
everyone's
like this
weakness.
one.
That's everyone's weakness actually. Now you
Because I
see
was
what
looking at
happens
how
is that
much you were writing. I was looking at how much you were writing, and it was quite a lot. For 4 marks, you were writing everything. So I really need assistance.
okay. Now see, what happens is that if you look at the whole examination, you would see that some part of the questions require a lot of time, and some questions require very less time. Like usually what I've seen is that question 2 requires less time. It's a 20-mark question. So like if you do question 1 and 2, you would be able to do the question 1 and 2 in, let's say, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. That's how it is. Maybe of that 1 hour, 10 minutes would be taken by question 1, and 35 minutes would be taken by question 2. So one thing is that not all questions are the same. The examiner allows you to speed up on some questions. Now, why am I actually writing all these things? One thing that I would suggest to everyone: you cannot be an examiner. You cannot write like an examiner. So don't try to get worried when you see the examiner's answer. That's number 1 point. Number 2 point is that you cannot be Luqman Rafiq. You cannot have this much amount of knowledge that I usually possess, because again, I teach it. I teach this, right? So you cannot be me, you cannot be examiner. Examiner had nothing to do except to open up the book and copy paste everything and write down the answers. So he writes down every single thing possible. But if you go and look at the marking scheme, there is a concept of available marks. Where like you've got different marks which are available, right? So so basically it's not like that. If the examiner has written 8 points, it's like you got to write down 8 points. No, like the first part of the question that we did today, it was basically that the examiner had asked us that why it was correct to classify it as an associate rather than a subsidiary. So here, if I have to justify, I had to put in that what is a subsidiary and what is an associate, and why is this company not a subsidiary and an associate. So I had to create a background before I could just reach the conclusion, you see. So not all questions are same. The questions could be different. The questions could be they could be different. Now, my suggestion to every one of you, that while you are writing down the answer, just list down the pointers. Like we could just call it a mind map. We could just call it an answer plan. What's an answer plan? The examiner is saying that why is it correct to classify it as associate and not a subsidiary? So what is my answer going to be? My answer is going to be, let's say I just think that I would tell him what a subsidiary is. I would tell him what an associate is. Then I would relate that why is it not a subsidiary and why is it an associate. You see, these are the 4 pointers that I'm going to be talking about. So when you can think of those 4 pointers, it becomes easier for you to write, and then you can manage the time easily also. So I would suggest that first of all, don't panic. If one question is taking time, second may not, third may, fourth may not, right? It's always that you got to pick and choose which question are you going to go first. But again, just make sure at times when we know a lot about a question, we tend to go overboard. Right? We tend to keep on writing. Don't do that. Now, there is one more thing which I would suggest is that develop the ability of moving on. When you get stuck somewhere, don't get stuck. Don't remain stuck. Just ignore the requirement, move forward. That's something that you got to do. Ignore the requirement, move forward. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I hope that I have answered your questions.
Yes, you have. You have. We'll just continue practicing for now.
Okay, lovely. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I am sorry if I am pronouncing your name incorrectly. I have got Elaine Kai Subair. I'm sorry. It's Elaine Kai Subair.
Elaine, it's okay.
Elaine, it's Elaine, right? Which country are you from?
I am from Uganda, Kampala.
Oh, Kampala. Finally, somebody outside the Trinidad region. Okay. So, lady, how can I help you today?
I think you just talked about what I wanted about. One of my biggest problems is there will always be something on this exam that I have not encountered. And like you said, the part of moving on, usually I would get stuck on if I've not seen something. Like there is a question, one of the questions on share-based, not share-based, when they're doing employee benefits and they're taking on a scheme in the consolidation. So if I don't know, then I'm just stuck and I'm like, what do I do next? That's one of my biggest problems. Then the other thing, I had asked before, but I think you said you will make a video on it. You said when it comes to things to interpreting ratios and then interpreting financial statements. So basically that's it. And maybe a little part of IFRS 15. Sometimes I am confused on when when they say when we're trying to say other obligations distinct etc, and you go into blended price or cumulative, those types of things confuse me.
Okay, you have seen the playlist, right?
Yes.
Okay,
So I'm going to check.
there is a comprehensive lecture on IFRS 15.
Okay.
Go through that, you would love it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, and current issues, I'm gonna come up with a video, don't worry.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, I have got Elizabeth Ubabuko. Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you. Which country are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
Are you from Nigeria? Okay, lovely. So we are now into the African region.
Yes. I quite appreciate your efforts. Thank you so much. You're really doing the best, in fact. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the explanations. I just have a few questions here. I always get confused. IFRS 3 and IFRS 10. What is the major difference?
Okay.
That's number one.
Okay.
Then number two, this issue of the fair value method of NCI, the proportionate method, I also get confused about it. I just want to know what is the major difference. Then finally, the issue of management commentary and the integrated reporting. Will it be part of the current issues video? Yeah, those are my questions for now.
Okay. For the integrated reporting and management commentary, they will be part of the current issues, but I guess if you just look at this playlist, you would see that here you go, this video on sustainability reporting and integrated reporting framework. It already includes that, right?
Perfect,
so you just could go through that, right? That's one thing. So one of the queries answered. Now the conceptual framework is also there. The ethical scenarios dealing is also there. I mean, like whatever that you are struggling with, you could just benefit. It's all free of cost for you people to access. That's one thing.
Thank you.
Now, coming back to your second query, which is basically, what is IFRS 3 and what is IFRS 10?
Major difference.
Now, you see what happens is that IFRS 3 and IFRS 10, just wait a bit. Sorry, I forgot to share the screen. Sorry. Yeah, for the IFRS 3 and IFRS 10, the first thing that you got to do is that you got to see that basically IFRS 3 is for the acquisition accounting and IFRS 10 is for consolidation. IFRS 3 tells you how goodwill is to be calculated. IFRS 3 tells you how fair value of net assets are to be established. IFRS 3 tells you that how do you establish fair value of NCI. But IFRS 10 tells you how to consolidate. Like, how do you prepare consolidated SOFP? How do you prepare consolidated SOCI? So that's what IFRS 10 tells you, like elimination of intra-group transactions and all that. IFRS 3 is only applicable once in the whole of the lifetime, and that is the date of acquisition. IFRS 3 is only applicable once in the lifetime of the subsidiary. That's on the date of acquisition. What's the date of acquisition? It's the date when control is achieved. IFRS 10 is regularly applied on every reporting date whenever you consolidate. You apply IFRS 3 once only. So we calculate goodwill IFRS 3 gives guidance. We establish fair value of net assets, IFRS 3 gives guidance. Where does IFRS 10 apply? It tells you what is a subsidiary. It tells you what is the definition of control. It tells you how to consolidate. That's what IFRS 10 does.
Okay. Sorry, sir. Which one talks about business? The meaning of business acquisition. Is it IFRS 3?
Yeah, your business combination is IFRS 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Lastly, you asked that what is the NCI at fair value? What is the NCI at proportionate share? Assume that there is a company which has got 1,000 shares. NCI is 30%. The market value of share is $5. The fair value of net assets is $3,900. So using this information, how do you establish NCI at fair value? And how do you establish NCI at proportionate share? For the NCI at fair value, it's actually gonna be 1,000 shares multiplied by 30% multiplied by $5. Here you're gonna be like 3,900 into 30%. So NCI here is gonna be $1,500, and NCI here is gonna be $1,170. Do you get it now?
Yes.
Okay. Are all your queries answered?
Yes, sir. Just give me a minute. I want to snap it. Sorry.
You will get it. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you. It's clearer
Okay.
now.
Okay. There is Michael Tosint. You have raised your hand. Any tip for gaining comfort for question 1? Practice. That's it. Okay. So Cindy Lachman, sorry, Elizabeth, thank you. Sadiq, just wait a bit. I'm just gonna come on to you. Don't worry, my friend. I'm just going sequentially, alphabetically. I'm sorry that your name comes a bit later. Okay, I've got Fahad Qadir. Fahad. Yeah, Fahad Qadir. Okay, I've got Gloria Anand Taki. Okay. Then I've got Kartikeyan Tiagaraja. Are you from Sri Lanka?
Yeah, I'm from Sri Lanka.
How are situation there in Sri Lanka? How are the conditions?
It's political. I can't talk anything right now.
Allah Akbar. I mean, may Allah help you all, and may you people come out of these situations.
Yeah, I think situation will come as soon as possible, resolve everything.
Hopefully. I have been to Sri Lanka thrice. I've been to Sri Lanka. Yeah, I've been to Colombo. I've been to Nuwara. I've been to Kandy. I've been to these cities of Sri Lanka. Lovely city and very good people. I enjoyed myself very much in Sri Lanka, though I did not like the food. But
it's more spicy and everything.
No, I mean, like because you see, we come from Pakistan, and we come from Pakistan in Karachi, and Karachi is famous for the food. So like it's a very different type of food, and our standard is quite high with respect to food. So, but people are very good. They're very cooperative, and a lot of them are
Thank you,
always
thank you.
smiling. And
Yeah.
I mean, like I even uh, I mean, like the best thing that I liked about Sri Lanka is that the coconut was quite cheap, and
Yes,
the pineapples are also very cheap.
the fruits are available here. Plenty of fruits are available.
I still have Sri Lankan rupiah available with me. I mean, like I've got around
Thank you,
seven
thank you.
thousand rupees these available. So I mean, like I bought them. I have those available. Last time I went there, it was 2016, 17 something. I haven't gone there before that. After that, but before that, I went to Candy and Elephant Orphanage and everywhere. So I mean, like I
Yeah.
have roamed around in Sri Lanka. So I mean,
I
like
think you have quite a lot of knowledge about Sri Lanka than me. You are there in Candy also.
yeah. So anyways, may Allah bless you all, and
Yeah,
may you
okay.
people come out of the crisis situation. And I know, I mean, I can just imagine that becomes a very problematic situation over here in our part of the country. Pakistan also, we are also struggling a lot economically, financially. It's
Yeah.
just that because, I mean, it's a global crisis plus some poor policies from the governments.
Poor policy, yeah,
And
that's true.
that's how things are. But unfortunately, let's hope and let's pray. So even in our part of the country, I mean, like although I am alhamdulillah very blessed that we do have backup generators and all that, but there are different parts of the country where there
Yeah,
is
yeah.
no electricity for 8 hours, six
Yeah, yeah,
hours. I mean,
yeah, yes, yes, yes,
life
yes,
is
yes.
miserable.
Yeah.
So we I mean, like, okay. So how can I help you? Any questions, any queries that you have?
So far you gave a good explanation about the playlist and everything. I also covered everything, but I was a little bit doubt. If you ask something, I have asked or IS consideration, suddenly I can answer. But even if I go to the questions, I will definitely I able to answer. But
Okay, this is good enough.
apart from that, I have small area like IS 33 EPS and EPS segment reports and everything. Okay, EPS is like a
Ignore
and
it.
everything.
Ignore it. Ignore it.
So such kind of topics I am a little bit struggling. Other than that, you gave a good explanation, enough answers to everyone that playlist and everything. I think it's enough for me. I need some more time for the rather than review the theory and everything. Just go through the practical question. It's enough for me. I think so far.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There is one thing that I would want every one of you to understand, which is 80-80 rule. Now, let me just tell you something. I had the privilege of being trained by the ICW head examiner. I mean, like he came to Pakistan to conduct the training, and at that point of time, I was the only tutor doing ICW trainings. So he told me that the first day that I go into the class, I tell my kids that remember 80-80 rule. Now, what is that 80-80 rule? That 80-80 rule is that if you actually are able to absorb 80% of what I teach, and if you are able to produce 80% of what you have absorbed, you will still get 64 marks, 80 into 80. Now, what I actually realize is that I adopt that tip for the examination. Now, you see, what we do is that a lot of us actually get worried that we have not completed the whole paper. What would happen? I could not manage the time. I had to rush. So what? Not an issue. If there is a 30, I mean, like it's advisable that you attempt the whole paper, but think about it. If you have got, I mean, like if you get 48 marks, we think that we have failed by 2 marks. No, you have done 52% of the paper incorrectly, right? So that's something that you got to keep in mind. It's not just you did not score 2 marks, it's that you lost 52 marks. So my suggestion to you people is that when you are doing the examination, you may try to go for 80-80 rule. Even if you do 80% of the paper correctly, and even if you do that 80% of 80% correctly, you will still pass. So what does this suggest? This suggests if there are small areas and you're not getting time, ignore them. And then don't think about them. Just go to the paper, ignore them. Even if that comes in, just ignore it, keep it for the last. And in the end, if you do understand something, just write down whatever that you wish. I can just tell you that Alhamdulillah, I mean, like when I studied ACCA, I had to give 14 papers. You people give 13 papers now. So I gave 14 papers, and out of those 14 papers, there were only 2 papers which I could not complete. The rest of the paper I completed half an hour before time. I had speed. I had the speed to catch up those things. But even those 2 papers which I could not complete, that was because I did not know the whole content. So I still ended up passing, and still ended up passing with 60 plus marks. So what was the reason? That was just because whatever that I did that correctly. I made sure that I pick up maximum marks from those areas. So even if you are not able to do whole paper, just don't panic. It's not necessary. There's nowhere it's written that you have 200% paper. Even if you do miss out 10-15 marks, do the rest of the paper correctly, that you don't, because you see, if you miss out 15 marks, let's say, so you've attempted 85 mark paper. If you have attempted 85 mark paper, so attempting 85 mark paper would actually mean what? You have still got 35 marks room to lose. So this is the approach that you should keep in mind also, and not just panic about doing the complete paper and just panic about that I don't know this area, I don't know that. That's okay. For the SBR, even if you do partial paper, you will pass. Okay, so Karthikeyan, is there anything else that you would like to ask? Yeah, is there anything else that you would like to ask?
No, everything is okay. And also thank you for your efforts. You are doing great job. You are explaining everything clear.
Thank you. Most welcome. Okay, I have got Kilani Musefio.
Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate your contribution. May Almighty Allah continue to be with you and put barakah in everything you do. So my own area of concern is probably you can help me shed more light on these areas. I mean IFRS 9, particularly embodied derivatives, and probably hedging and the impairment of financial assets. So what are the clues that you can give us on that, so that anytime we have any question that comes from financial instrument, we'll be able to get over it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Which country are you from?
From Nigeria.
Oh, you're from Nigeria. Okay.
Yes.
How do you pronounce your name? Kilani.
Yes, sir. Kilani.
Okay.
Kailani.
Kailani. And which city in Nigeria?
Pardon?
Which city in Nigeria?
City, Lagos.
Lagos. Okay. Lovely. So
Thank
you see, first of all, with respect to this, your query on the IFRS 9, the derivatives, the hedging, and the impairment. Just wait a bit. Do you want me to add up a video on this impairment of financial asset and derivatives?
Adi?
You want me to add up a video on impairment of financial asset and derivatives into that playlist?
I have not.
No, you want me to add it up?
Yes, you add it up. I can go and watch it and get the
Okay.
plate.
Okay, I will do that. Don't worry about it.
Okay, sir.
Okay, now, is there any other question, Kailani, you have?
Please, what can you help me with the how I
I'm
can
sorry, I
connect
missed
to you on YouTube?
your YouTube, right? You will connect on YouTube, right?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. So thank you very much. I would make sure that I just make these requirements available of the impairment of financial asset and all that. And you take very good care of yourself, my friend. And
Okay, sir.
all the best with your preparations. And hopefully, inshallah, you will get through, inshallah, in the first attempt, inshallah.
Okay, sir.
Inshallah.
Also, hello, sir.
Yeah.
What advice can you give us as we are running up probably towards the time of going into the hall? What are those things that we can prepare our mind for and we can get away from so that we will be ourselves and be focused on getting into the hall and come out in fly color?
Okay, my suggestion to you people is that rest as much as possible the last day before the examination, because when you go fresh minded, it's always going to be leading towards a good performance, right? So I would suggest that you do ample amount of rest and like close down your mobile phones while you sleep the day before the examination. Plus, because the mobile phones are our biggest distractions nowadays. So just close down your mobile phone. And even when, like when you're going into the exam hall, just stop thinking that you would end up failing. You don't have to think that you would fail. Just stop thinking that you can fail. It's just that think, I'll pass, inshallah, I'll pass, inshallah, I'll pass, inshallah. And also, when you go into the exam hall, just make sure that you don't go along with any of your friends. Just make sure that you don't discuss on your way, because at times what happens is that the friends, they go together to attempt a paper, and on their way to the examination hall, a lot of friends, what they do is that they discuss things. Oh, have you studied that? Oh, have you studied this? So if you have got such a situation, avoid that, because what happens is that you don't have to panic. You don't have to pick up any last minute things. Just ignore everything. Just one last day before the examination, just close down the books, everything, and have a good night's sleep, take a proper bath, and then go for the examination and be very, very fresh. Be as fresh as you can.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, I've got Kim B. Kim B.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. I am a little bit behind, but I'm going to focus on the playlist that you suggested. And I just need to do more practice questions. So that's just where I am right now.
Okay, lovely. All the best, lady. Are there any questions that you have?
No, I don't have any specific questions. I think you pretty much answered them when you referred to the other students. Thank you.
Okay, lovely. In which country are you from?
Barbados.
Are you from Barbados? Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, I have got Shivika. Just wait a bit, please. I've got Majori Kalala.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Which country are you from?
I'm from Zambia.
You're from Zambia. Okay, so how are your preparations?
It's been rough, but I'm trying because my work schedule has been very tight. So I'm just hoping that I do my best next week. I've followed through, and I think I'll go to the videos. My area I wanted mostly is on financial instruments and IFRS 15 and 16. But since you've shared that we can go to the videos, I think I'll try to go through and see how I can fare in the exams.
Okay, lovely. So do give me a buzz in case if there is anything else needed. You'll be added to a WhatsApp group. I'll be there on the WhatsApp group. I try to stay active, try to respond back to the queries to maximum possible extent. So just do give me a buzz in case if there is anything that you would like to ask.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, next I have got America Drakes. America, how are you? Yeah, America Drakes. Okay, Moses, you're asking that how can you get the videos? Don't worry, you'll get the videos through a WhatsApp group, or you can even search our YouTube playlist, YouTube channel, and you can get it. Okay, next I've got MD Mehbubur Rahman. Okay, next Moses, you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, lovely. So you'll get the playlist, don't worry.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Mwansa. Mwansa.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. No, I think you've covered almost the concerns that I had, and I'm still just going through really and see what happens, because this will be my second attempt, so I'm a bit worried, but I'll try and relax. I just wanted to find out, because in the last sitting there was a question, but I can't remember how it was phrased. I think it was question 3. They incorporated EBITDA in it, and I really struggled. I didn't understand how to tackle that question. But like you're saying, like little max, probably not to worry about. But I just wanted to know if you've got any questions relating to that subject line.
Okay, it's basically the alternate performance measures. That's what the area was. And what the examiner did in that question, which you are referring to, he gave some scenarios for the leases, and like he had 2-3 different types of leases, and he actually asked you for the treatment that how what is going to be the impact on EBITDA, what is going to be the impact on profit before tax, etc. in all these 3 scenarios, right? That's how it was. So it was basically what all that you had to do is that you had to incorporate the accounting under the relevant case, and then you had to calculate EBITDA, you had to calculate PBT, you had to, I mean, it was just simply EBITDA is nothing. It's profit before interest and tax. You add back depreciation, you add back amortization. You reach the EBITDA. If last year EBITDA was 100 million, this year EBITDA is 90 million, performance is down. If last year EBITDA was 100 million, this year it's 105 million, performance has improved. That's how things are. So it was quite simple. There is a question that I have actually recorded on the alternate performance measure. I would just share that also in the playlist, and I would just let you people know. So how many marks did you get last time when you attempted?
I got 47.
Okay, now where did you lose those 53 marks?
I really don't know. really don't know, to be honest.
I'm not asking you that why. I'm not saying that, oh, you could have scored 3 more. I'm asking you, where did you lose those
I would
53
say
marks?
probably on the professional marks, probably, because I wasn't tackling them well.
Well, you don't have to. I mean, if I am a student, I would never go for professional marks. I don't need a position. I need a pass. That's it. When you pass, you become an ACCA and nobody bothers to ask you how many attempts it took you, what marks you scored, did you score any? Nobody bothers to ask. It's ACCA.
And probably question 1 as well, because there was a lot of reading. So I think the timing as well, because question 1 was just really heavy.
Okay, next time you come across such a question, ignore it and move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Move forward to the next. Which country are you from?
I'm Zambian, but based in the UK.
Okay, so you're working there?
Yes, I am, yeah.
Okay, is it easy to get to UK from Zambia?
Oh, I've been here for a long time. But not really. I think no.
Okay, I've seen people from Nigeria move to Germany. I've seen people from different African countries move to the European countries. I mean, like I've got a lot of students who are originally from the African countries, but they move on to these European countries. So I just thought that maybe that there is some specific reason, but I do realize one thing, that there is ample amount of oil exploration in the Nigeria. So like ample amount of oil exploration in Nigeria. So that's why probably the companies there are bigger, and then similar type of companies exist in UK and Europeans and even in US. So like you do get a bit of an advantage. Yeah, Constance, it's not easy, I know. Well, by the way, I've never tried. I've never tried. So okay, thanks, Moansa. Okay, now we've got next one, Nuha LM Mane. I don't know if I have actually pronounced your name correctly. Nuha LM Mane. You're from Malaysia or what? Yeah, hello. Okay, then I've got Olajumoke Akanle. Olajumoke Akanle. Okay, then I've got Rashail Hamonga Mafu. Okay, then I've got Sadiq Hussain. Sadiq Hussain, are you from Bangladesh?
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam warahmatullah.
Did you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you very much audible.
Actually, I am waiting to say something. I'm waiting for such 20 to 25 minutes. First of all, I would like to thank you for your playlist, and I really appreciate your effort. Just few days before the exam, and sorry to say that this is I tried SBR for several times, but I could not pass. Last time I failed on 46. And my problem is that I feel very nervous on the questions. When I see the question, I feel I did the wrong, but I know the thing I can write well. But on that exam pressure, time pressure, I could not score the question. And I find out that my exam technique was not good as much, because I started the question too fast, and I took very much time, about 1 hour on the question 2, which I think that, and the remaining question I feel very nervous, and I didn't. Sometimes I write only see the requirements, not even the exhibits, because I have to finish the exam. I have to answer the much questions, and the quality of my question on last question number 4 was not good, I think that. But I write hardly 70 marks good, but and I get 46. And if you give me any ideas, any suggestions for my problems. My problem is not that I didn't give enough time to my studies, but my problem is I feel very nervous on the exam. I think that is called examophobia, and I really
Okay.
couldn't get how to get rid of this.
When did you pass the last paper?
That is my long story. I passed my last paper F9. That was on 2015. I
And you left ACC after that?
not left, but I could not pass and I could not attempt on exam SBR due to my job. And on this last 6 years, I am going through my some personal problem, financial problem, and that's the reason. But I just paid the subscription fees, and sometimes I sit on the exam. But my preparation was not well, not that not like that I could pass. Just I sit the exam and give the exam and hoping to
Okay.
pass, but
Are
I
you,
know that my preparation not well.
I get it. Now, are you married?
I married. Yes, I married 1 year ago. I married,
So you
and
don't have kids right now?
no, I don't have any kids. And my wife pressured me to complete my SSC, and uh, by his pressure, I left my job and focus on full-time study. And inshallah, I hope that Allah will fulfill my family and my wish also. Then I am focusing on full-time study right now, and stop to trying to search a job, and the rest
Okay.
is on Allah.
Okay, she's an amazing lady. Give my salam to her and give a salute to her. She has actually taken a very painful
Actually,
decision. I
she
mean, like,
forcefully left my job. She said that I will bear your expenses no matter. You just try to focus on your studies, and inshallah, if Allah wish, and if you try well, then you will pass. And he motivate me always, every time. So inshallah,
you're
I
a
hope
lucky
that I
person,
will.
mashallah. You've got an iron lady with you. So now the thing is that Sadiq, what I would actually say is that there are two, three, four things which I would want you to do. First of all, you see your exam pressure and your pressure of handling the question can only go away by doing more practice. First
Yes,
of
sir.
all,
Yes.
there is no other solution to it. The reason that I asked you that are you married or not, because when we have kids, the kids, they usually they fear for a few things, like when they are going up the stairs or when they are
Yes,
coming
sir.
down the stairs at the initial stages. So they are like, they tend to think that they're going to just fall down, so they
Yes,
catch
sir.
you up, they hold you up, and then what we do is that we make them come down the stairs once, twice, and the third time they come down on themselves. If you take them to a
Yes, sir.
swimming pool, we try to put them into the water, they are like fearful that they may drown, but slowly, gradually, their fear goes away. Once they start getting into the water, they get normal out, things like that. So the same goes for you also. And believe me, SBR is one of those papers where the examination questions are very, very difficult to uh, digest and absorb, because what happens is that the
Yes, sir.
examiner, he creates practical scenarios and he connects them to the accounting standards. It's
Accounting
not
standard.
easy. Now,
Yes, sir.
how can you overcome this fear? There is only one thing, and that is to see as many questions as you can, to practice as many questions as you can. Just ignore the book right now. Just skip the book right now. I don't know how you have studied. I don't know from whom have you studied. All that I could suggest to you is that I have shared the playlist. Believe me, you go through that playlist. I mean, like, you still have got 7, 8 days.
Seven,
Believe me,
8 days.
you go through that playlist, complete playlist. For you, the complete playlist is suggested. There's not partial playlist suggested. It's a complete playlist that's suggested for you. And I want you to go through whole playlist. You go through
Yes, sir.
whole playlist and you l- go through question 2, 3 more and more on your own also from the first 3, 4, 5 examination sessions, and you will get through, inshallah. Now, if there are any other resources that come your way, ignore them. Just focus on this playlist. I'm telling you, inshallah, you'll go through. You are lucky, mashallah. You've got a supportive family, you've got a supportive wife, and hopefully, inshallah, you will get through. Just pray to Allah and just stop thinking that you are going to fail. So
Yes,
it's
sir.
just that what is gonna overcome your examophobia? It's just gonna be your more and more practice, practice,
Practice.
practice, and practice. That's what you got to do. So I'm just hoping and I'm just praying for you that inshallah you will
Inshallah.
get through. Let's hope Allah Pak, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala takes you through this, and all the best with your preparations. You could just always contact me in the WhatsApp group. You people will be added to the WhatsApp group. I
Yes, sir.
usually get a lot of messages, so becomes a bit difficult for me to respond to individual messages. And when you are in a group, you could just keep on communicating, and the other students could keep on asking, answering the question. So only
Yes,
thing
sir.
is that you need to. I mean, I don't know how did you study, because people like you who have studied earlier, then dropped, then studied, then dropped, then studied, then dropped, usually think that they know everything, but they don't. But they actually don't know anything. So it's
Yes, sir.
good to actually refresh the knowledge and go through this whole
Yes, sir.
playlist. There is ample amount of evidence, there's ample amount of content there. And in case
Yes, sir.
if you can understand Urdu, let me know. I can even
Yes,
share
sir.
some Urdu lectures for you also, because I've got Urdu lectures available also. So
Yes,
I
sir.
could share another playlist. Just let me know if you understand. I'll share. Otherwise, no. For the English
Yes, sir.
ones,
I can understand Urdu also, Urdu, Hindi, because we are neighboring country, so I can understand Urdu also.
mhm.
Inshallah.
Okay, lovely. So I'll do that. Don't
Yes.
worry about it.
Thank you,
So
sir.
all the
Assalamu
best,
alaikum.
Sadak. Walaikum assalam.
Yes.
Okay, I have got Saidu Kargbo.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Which country are you from?
I'm from Sierra Leone,
Yes, from
west
Sierra
coast
Leone.
of Africa, West Africa.
Uh-huh. So how are you, Mr. Saidu, and how are your preparations?
Actually, I'm not to speed, but I'm trying to get to speed. My situation is like similar to Sadiq, the last speaker, but in a different version, a different situation. In that, I almost drop out to say, I'm not going to make it, but thank God for a friend, who actually say, guy, we need to come back, because I think I got my fundamental around 2008, and then at that time the syllabus changed. Then I actually took the P2 and I passed. But after some years with challenge of job, I was like walking off the main city, I have to drop. And I was not motivated. But I have a friend who actually came back and said, guy, let's see what we can do. So now I'm back. And this will be like my second innings to come back and see what I can do. So actually, I like your presentation, the way you're handling the subjects. May Allah bless you and give you the wisdom. I have an issue around listening and then financial instruments. I'm confusing, that's I want a clear understanding about this issue around amortized cost. When the list you have a fair value, and what I understood about that fair value of the list is the cost of the asset that is being listed. And then you would then have to discount the payments, and also if there are residual value. That's, to me, seems, I don't know, I always call that, when I do that, I call it as amortized cost from my understanding. So because when you go to financial list, you'll be talking about amortized cost. I mean, financial instruments, you're talking about amortized cost as well. You know, I get confused. Where can I draw the line between these two? How can I differentiate between the two? But also for me not to take the line, I have this issue of panicking. Like, that's why I was saying my situation is like to Sadiq. But one plea that I want to make is that the lectures are good, and I want to say, when you're solving a question, if those questions could be made available to us, because looking it from the screen, you give us 3 to 5 minutes. Some of us are not too that fast in reading. By the time we were like trying to get to understand what the question is all about, you are into explain. So, and in that process, we'll definitely need to listen and then follow. But if we have the questions, so my plea here, if you are like sending something on the playlist, would it be possible that those questions on the playlist, if they can be sent separately so that we follow through, you'll use it as a practice in for these 7 days that is, I will say, left to the day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, thank you for your thank you for actually all this that you actually discussed. Now, I can understand that what you must be going through, and I just hope and I just pray that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make things easy for you. Now, at the time when you were actually discussing, I realized this thing, that there are a lot of issues that generally the students they have. I had this playlist made available, and I mean, like, one of the students yesterday also asked me that would it be available for the later period. I said yes. So no, were you gonna remove it? I said no, I'm not gonna remove it. So I've taken your suggestion of actually making the questions available. So next time what I do is that I'll just make them available. For the time being, you could just download the SBR papers from the website. It's majorly the SBR papers that I'm doing. I would just try to see that if I could just share a revision kit to you people, so that maybe if there is a question, you could just search from the revision kit. Now, while speaking to you, I just realized that you people are actually in need of a lot of help. So what I would like to tell you is that if you could, I mean, like, I just actually messaged my technical team to get something done, and they have probably done that. There is this website of ours, which is escribiracademy.com, ESCRIBIR academy.com. You go onto this website, you click on the SBR. When you type in the SBR, there are multiple SBRs coming up. You click on this SBR. Now, what have I done? When you can see something as a preview, you could play it. Now, what have I done? I've actually just made the lectures and the leases available as open to all. So any one of you, if you are not registered with us also, you could just go on to this website and you could play the lectures on leases, the whole of the lectures, and you could just go on completing the whole of the leases through it free of cost. That's one thing that we have done for you people right now. Plus, the other area which you people had been struggling was the financial instrument. So we have done the same thing for the financial instrument also, that we have made these financial instrument available to people free of cost. So what you could do is that you could just go ahead and you could just go on going through these lectures, whatever thing, I mean, like they're all marked lectures, like amortized cost approach, amortized cost investment, effective interest rate, compound. You can study whatever you wish to study. This is the best that I could do for you people, and I've actually done that. So because I realized that this is a problem, so in addition to this playlist, you now have got additional content, which is you got to go to the SBR on the Scriber's website, and like you got to search this SBR like this. You see this SBR English Luqman Rafiq, click on this, and when you click onto this, there is this chapter number 3 which is open to be played. There's chapter number 10 which is open to be played. So I've made this thing for you people just to make sure that you people are able to actually practice more and more. So that's what I could do, Mr. Saidu. I mean, that's what I could do till the exam date. And I just hope that you all pass. Thanks, Varsha. So it's just that I just hope that you will pass because I could feel the pain that you people are going through. Doing it again and again and again and again, not an easy task. It's financially damaging. It's emotionally damaging. A lot of things happen. So all the best to all of you. I mean, I don't know what to do much, but that's what I could do. Okay. I've got Shivika.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. So I missed the session. I got to know about it pretty late. So is there a way that I can get the recordings?
You'll get it. You'll get it. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you so much. And so also there are some playlists that you are referring. Is that available in YouTube?
Yeah, it's available in YouTube. You search Escribir Academy and you would actually go into the Escribir Academy. But in case if you've registered and if you've got the correct number, you will be added to a WhatsApp group also. So you'll get the access to the playlist.
Okay, the number you have mentioned in chat.
Okay, you see, you are registered.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I could just send across my own number also. So basically, we're going to add up everyone to the WhatsApp groups, and there are these lectures. They are made available there. Plus, if you are in any of general public circulation groups also, so they are also there. It's just that I do understand our marketing team is a bit weak. They don't send across the message on time.
Okay.
So a lot of students actually, I mean, like you see, a lot of students get to know about me usually at the very end of the examination session. So that's how it is. So you're from India, right?
Yes, I'm from India.
Which city in India?
I'm from Mumbai.
Oh, you're from Mumbai, very close to us.
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah. Okay, so lady, you are gonna get it. Any other questions that you have?
So actually, regarding the current issues, I'm not clear from where to cover it and how much to cover it.
I'll be coming up with the video. Don't worry, just wait for it. I'm gonna come up with a video on this.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I've got last one. Elizabeth, thank you very much for your message. Adif, thank you. Varsha.
Hello.
How are you? Are you still in UK?
Yeah, I am. I'm surprised you remember me. I had such a long break from exams. I did AFM with you in December 2020 sitting. And then I've just had like a myriad of health issues and trying to keep, I started working as well. So trying to keep up with volunteering work and full-time work. So even right now, I'm like, basically I'd paid for my exam with the intention of doing it. And then by the time I realized, oh no, I've missed the deadline to change it. So I started very late. So I've got information overload at the moment and just, yeah, I'm a ball of nerves, just like the other guys.
So, I mean, are you attempting it in June or what?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you're just attempting SBR or you're attempting any other paper also?
No, SBR only.
Okay, you're attempting, and you, I mean, like, are you on work or are you on vacations? What are you doing?
No, I'm still working, but I have requested if I could get at least next week off. Yeah, it's just we have a lot of deadlines. He's very supportive where he can, but it's just if there are deadlines, I won't be able to take the time
Okay,
off.
so where do you work?
It's in Telford.
No, I mean, like, it's a
Oh,
company?
yeah, it's to do with research and development tax rebates. Yeah.
Okay, now what I would suggest you is that, and you're in main London?
No, in the West Midlands, Birmingham.
Okay, West Midlands, Birmingham. Okay, there are a lot of Pakistani and Indians in Birmingham.
Yeah.
So what I would suggest you to do is that, I mean, like maybe what you could do is that you could request your seniors that you go to work a bit late, let's say 2 hours late. Maybe if your reporting time is 8 a.m. in the morning, you may actually request them that you're going to come in at 11 a.m. or let's say noon time. So because you see what happens is that when you go to work, then you are stuck. You don't have anything else except for that you have to meet the deadlines, you have to meet the commitments and so on. So once you are at work, you are stuck. So you cannot just plan to study in the evening. You could plan to study in the morning. So what I would recommend you is that in case if you're not getting days off, what I would suggest is that you request them that they allow you to come in office late, maybe say by afternoon, and then you can actually study in the morning. If you haven't studied a lot, again, the playlist is going to be the solution for you, the whole playlist. And now on the request of all, have now made the leases and the financial instrument available also.
That's
So
very generous of you. Thank you.
so that's all going to be something that is going to help you people out. So you take out time from them in the I mean, like, you request them that you'll join in late. And because you see, what I think is that once you go to work, then you are stuck. But by the time if you are away from work, in the morning, if you're getting time to study, that's the best time to actually study. So that's what my suggestion is. If you get a vacation, that's very good. But just in case if you don't, then try to take out time like this and try to actually study. Do quality study. Don't go for quantity, doing this, doing that, etc. No. If you do one question, just understand that one question properly. You see that I did one question with you people today, but I am sure that the way I would have done that question, every one of you would have actually had this thing in mind. If anything similar to these things comes up in the examination, nobody's going to spare the examiner. Everybody's going to keep on writing things because you now know a lot of stuff. So you see, it's just that do quality stuff, quality studies, and don't worry about completing the whole syllabus. Don't worry about it. You cannot because you don't have time. So be contented with what you can and just try to take the way out from that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, have I missed out anyone? Have I missed out anyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Marika Drakes, how are you, lady?
I am okay.
You are from Trinidad, right?
No, St. Vincent.
St. Vincent. Okay, it's one of the islands of West Indies, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so what questions do you have?
Well, it's just that I'm a bit similar to others, a bit nervous about this exam. I mean, it has been rough. Not that I don't want to study, but I mean, so much was going on around me in terms of work, taking care of the children, the home. It was a lot. And we have a lot of deadlines at work now. So sometimes when I want to study, I might feel a bit tired, but what I'm trying to do now is try to practice as much questions to see if I could try to pass. I actually was gonna defer it, but then I said I'll give it a try and see.
Okay, take some time out. I know it's a bit difficult with children and all that, but do take some time out and try to actually make it, because now since you have actually registered for the exam, it's a costly exam also, plus you get impacted um, emotionally also in case if you don't make it, even though you know that you may not have studied, but still the failure has an impact upon how you think. Everyone, even without studying, wants to pass, right? And a failure is ultimately something that does damage our emotions and motivation and all that. So just try to take a way out and try to do the smart work and try to get over with the areas which are mandatory, like consolidation is a mandatory area. You get a first question. Code of ethics is important area. Go through that code of ethics scenarios, plus some FR revision topics. Plus important thing is that revision summaries of the IFRS. So do these things and just try to make it through. And plus what happens is that just when you go to the examination, just keep all the baggage behind, whether that be your work pressure, whether that be your things that you have to go do once you go back home, or your failure fear, whatever that is, just keep that baggage at home. Just go with a very clear mind in the examination. Inshallah, you'll get through.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Brian John. Okay, Brian. Yeah, Brian. I think you weren't there, right, earlier?
Yes, I was there earlier.
Okay, sorry, I missed you out. Sorry.
So thank you very much for your wonderful work, and may God bless you. I would like you to help me with question 2, how to approach question 2. That's my biggest problem, sir.
Okay. You see, question number 2 always has ethical scenarios. I would want you to go through 4 questions from question 2 of the past examination, like go in the reverse order, latest, and then before that, and then before that, and then before that. Just apply your best possible time to those questions, doing them in isolation. Don't do anything else while you're doing those questions too. Just pick up those questions, read out the answer, list down the pointers from that answer, and see what the examiner is answering. Because examiner would answer with long paragraphs. But what you got to do is that you got to pick out the points from them. That what are the pointers, what are the key pointers. And then you would see, once you have actually read through 3 questions, you would see on the 4th question that those pointers are being repeated. You would see that those pointers are being repeated. You would see that those things are being repeated.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, anyone else that I have actually missed out?
Another question answer because that deferred tax.
Okay, Joseph. Adafi Williams, just wait a bit. I'm just gonna come back to you. Yeah, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Thank you very, very much for this opportunity. But I just want to say thank you. Actually, I've been using your videos. I'm not registered yet, and that tells me how kind you are. And God bless you. Actually, I used your videos to write our local. I'm from Ghana, Africa. And then I used your videos to write our local CA. which is ICAG. And thankfully, I have qualified. And I'm so addicted to your lectures that even though I've qualified the CA, anytime I see you lecturing, I just come to listen, to add more to the knowledge I've acquired over the period. So I have plans of adding ACCA in the future, in the very near future. And I'm sure I'll contact you when the time arises for the ACCA. So I just say thank you. I haven't had the opportunity to talk to you before. I've joined all your groups and they are very, very helpful. And I recommend you to all my brothers and sisters here to join you anytime you are having lectures. So thank you for the opportunity. And may
thank
Allah
you very
bless.
much, Joseph. Thank you very much for your comments and appreciations. And it's so nice of you to acknowledge the things. And plus, furthermore, it's not just about me delivering the lecture, it's about your desire to learn also, which is actually enabling you to join still, although you have qualified, but still you are trying to get, get into the lectures to see that what else you can learn. So it's not just about me delivering them, it's about you showing the desire and actually doing it. So thank you very much for your feedbacks and compliments. May God bless you. And it's just that everything is not money. So we do some stuff like this to support people, because I know a lot of people, they entered ACCA and it's just that they got stuck. Now they're confused whether they should study by paying, whether they should study free of cost, what to do, what not to do. So like we know that it's all a mixed side of a thing. So we tend to actually accommodate to whatever extent that we can. And that's what we try to do. So thank you very much. Okay, Adafi Williams, for the technical articles, I would request you to allow me time. I just need to do a bit of reevaluation again, that what technical articles should be taken through again. So basically, that's it from my side. And I think that we should end it up here. You all would be added up to the relevant WhatsApp group, plus you would be given access to all these things, the links and all that, so that you could just benefit from them. And in case if you had any queries, if any one of you have got any queries, you are most welcome to ask. Get in touch in the groups and we will inshallah be taking this through till the examination date. So thank you very much. And in case if any one of you would like to have any comment, anything you would like to add up, you're most welcome. I could just wait for 2 more minutes and before I could just conclude. And I've allowed that any one of you can unmute yourself in case if you would like to. Thanks, Varsha. Highly appreciated. Thank you very much. Yeah, Sadiq, all the best. You're welcome and all the best. I hope and pray that inshallah you get through. You are allowed to unmute. You can unmute yourself. Fahad Qadir.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum assalam. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I did try to unmute you. I mean, like, but I think you were not there probably because I did call out your name.
I was not here, sir. Actually, I was busy in some works, so that's why. I'm also from Pakistan, currently in Quetta.
Okay.
Job here. So because of some family problems, I didn't attempted my AAA exam. So that's why I can talk to Urdu, sir.
Yeah, why not? कर लो बात को मसला नहीं है. I mean, like that's okay.
मेरी इंग्लिश सर थोड़ी सी वीक है इसी वजह से.
कोई मसला नहीं है, आप बात कर लो.
एक ही पर सर मेरा रहता था AAA, तो कोई फैमिली प्रॉब्लम्स की वजह से मैं वो दे नहीं सका. तो इस वजह से मेरा SBR भी सर एक्सपायर हो गया.
सही है.
अभी से दिसंबर में मेरा जो SBL है वो भी एक्सपायर होने वाला है, तो
सही
मुझे
है।
कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि मैं कहाँ से स्टार्ट लूँ और कैसे करूँ ये 2 पेपर्स क्लियर।
AAA और SBR रह गया ना?
जी हाँ।
अच्छा, SBR पहले दे दो। अभी पढ़ा नहीं पढ़ा है, इस बार क्या रजिस्टर किया?
अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं किया सर।
एग्जाम के लिए रजिस्टर नहीं किया जून में?
नहीं सर।
फिर आप एक काम करो, सितंबर के अंदर SBR दो, दिसंबर में AAA देना। या फिर अगर जॉब करते हो, क्या करते हो?
जी हाँ सर, जॉब करता हूँ मैं।
कहाँ पे जॉब करते हो?
यहीं पे कोयटा में।
नहीं नहीं, कोयटा में कहाँ पे जॉब करते हो?
PPHI में सर, सेमी गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन।
तो इसका मतलब ठंड है ना, कोई काम वाम तो नहीं है ना इतना?
नहीं नहीं, कोई इस तरह का काम नहीं है, रिलैक्स है।
फिर तो दोनों पेपर दे दो यार, फिर तो तुम दोनों पेपर दे दो। मतलब उसकी पता है रीजन, मैं
सितंबर में
तुम्हें
दे दूँ?
बताऊँ क्यों? हाँ, क्योंकि उसकी रीजन है कि दिसंबर में तुम्हारे एक्सपायर हो जाएगा ना, तो इसका मतलब है कि तुम्हें
जी
अपने
हाँ।
आप को एक एडिशनल अटेम्प्ट देनी पड़ेगी जस्ट टू मेक श्योर दैट यू क्वालिफाई ऑन टाइम। सो मैं यही
जी सर।
सजेस्ट करूंगा कि लाइक यू गिव बोथ द पेपर्स इन सितंबर। और उसकी
ठीक
रीजन
है।
ये है कि आप जो ना, लाइक आप जिस तरह से जिस जॉब पे हो ना, उस जॉब पे आपको इतना कोई, यू डोंट हैव मच ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम, यू कैन जस्ट टेक आउट टाइम ना। तो वो टाइम निकालो,
जी
मैक्सिमम पढ़ाई करो, भरपूर किस्म की पढ़ाई करो। पढ़ाई करके दोनों पेपर
जी हाँ।
निकालो सितंबर में। अल्लाह ना करे एक आध पेपर नहीं निकला तो भी यू हैव गॉट चांस इन दिसंबर। बट अगर खुदा ना खास्ता सितंबर में एक देते हो और फिर दिसंबर में देते हो और वो नहीं
जी
निकलता, तो फिर एक अजीब अदाब जान हो जाएगा ना। तो बेहतर ये सितंबर में
जी हाँ।
दोनों पेपर दो, ट्राई करो, एड़ी चोटी का जोर लगा दो।
जी हाँ। और मेरे ख्याल से सितंबर में कुछ चेंजेस भी आ रही हैं
हाँ, सितंबर में
ट्रिपल ए
थोड़ी सी
में।
चेंजेस आ रही हैं, वो आ रहे हैं प्रोफेशनल मार्क्स उसके आ रहे हैं। तो प्रोफेशनल मार्क्स के लिए
जी
आपको
हाँ।
प्रिपेयर करना पड़ेगा ना।
तो आप लोग को कोई इस तरह का है कि जिसमें ये अपडेट
हाँ,
आया
अभी
हो
अभी कराएंगे, हम भी अपडेट करेंगे ना अपना सारा कुछ ना।
सितंबर के लिए?
सितंबर के लिए अपडेट कर देंगे।
ये ऑनलाइन लेक्चर्स होंगे या रिकॉर्डेड होंगे?
ऑनलाइन लेक्चर, हाँ ऑनलाइन यानी रिकॉर्डेड लेक्चर्स होते हैं, बट उस रिकॉर्डेड
जी
लेक्चर्स
हाँ।
को अपडेट करेंगे। रिकॉर्डेड लेक्चर्स होते हैं प्लस देयर आर दीज लाइव क्लासेस। सो दिस इज हाउ वी डिलीवर ना।
ठीक है सर।
सही है ना, तो वो फिर राब्ते में रहना इंशाल्लाह, तो तुम फिर जो ना तुम्हें गाइडेंस दे देंगे इंशाल्लाह। और इसमें
ठीक है सर, ठीक है सर, बहुत शुक्रिया।
सही है, चलो बेस्ट हो गया। Okay, is there
जज़ाकल्लाह।
anyone else who would like to add up anything or any other queries or any other thing that you would like to? Okay, lovely. So we're just gonna keep it till here. Okay, I think that there is somebody, Ola Jumukhe Akhanle. Have you unmuted yourself?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Yes. Yes. Hi. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to say I'll be writing SBR. I'm writing SBR and AFM in September. So I will need our like online classes. So I don't know if you organize online classes for the two subjects. So
We
any
do
group I
offer
can
online. I
join
mean,
that.
we operate. You are right now. You're getting to see me online right now. So yes, we do online. We do online. Don't worry. I mean,
Okay.
like we our business model is online, and we are
Okay.
not operating physically now. You could just
Okay.
get in touch with me on this number, or you could get in touch with our team. Uh, so like they're gonna help you out, and you could just get registered for September.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for attending the session. I hope that it.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry to disturb you. Please let me quickly snap that your workings again. The one on the NCI, fair value and proportionate. I couldn't snap it before you remove it from the screen. Just 1 minute, please.
Okay, just wait a bit.
Thank you so much.
Here you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I quite
You're welcome.
appreciate.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Varsha. Thank you for your recommendations and all that. So thank you, guys. Good to have you people here, and all the best for the preparation. Let's just stay connected. through the WhatsApp groups, and let's take things forward.